one of the opponents. That's just Michelle's mate. He's still got to join you.
Bologna's still come, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be able to wear them. Yeah.
What, in my ear or?
Oh, I don't know. It'd be.
I imagine it'll be off. Well,
right, so I'm probably best turning this off.
You'll hear it through that. No, because they've got a microphone in front of it, so it'll go through the mic.
Also, have this on.
I imagine so. Yeah.
How are you, Liam? You all right? Yeah, I'm alright, mate. How are you?
And where's the?
So we can put that. Can we have Josh? Can we have? Because he's going to have to hold the bag in his hand. Can we have that mic? Oh right. So there you go. So he's got that on.
Okay. And is this mic? This my camera? Is this the camera? Yeah. This is our camera.
I can only see you now.
So you'll just hold it open, and then this is the ball for Blacknick's Burton, Conroy, Michelle.
Yes. You're very faint. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I can hear. Yeah, good pal. Yeah, I can hear you loud. Sounds like Paul's in the background. Yeah, got you. Yeah. Well, I don't want to get involved in that, but you're definitely clear. Oh yeah, that is true. But I'm a weirdo. Yes. Yeah. What's Barry going to be socially distanced? So are we going to like? Shoulder.
Can they see themselves? Can they see you?
Yeah, they can see each other.
Oh, yeah.
Speak to him, Baz.
Oh, they can hear us?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Hiya, you alright? Hiya. I can't hear you.
What's the audio coming out of?
How are you going to pump? How are you going to pump the sound from the fighters into my ear? Okay, but only when we go live.
So, all straight forward. Shrink.
Pull the balls.
One at a time, yeah.
So what if the gold ball comes out?
You still have to just do the rest just to show that there was only one golden ball.
So you take a. Yeah, I can do that. It's fine. And I'll just hold it up. Yeah, one by one. So we just one, and then you shove them in your pocket or something until we get to the golden ball.
Don't hold it like
Don't hold it like. So are we waiting for?
The Latvian lad is joined, but he's not got his camera working for some reason.
Say again. Yep. Okay. What are we waiting for? Ricards.
Lotniks.
He's with us. It's panicking.
They must be over the moon there to get this. I didn't think it was going to happen, this, you know.
Yes.
Perfect.
There's 3 of them. That's
Hello.
cheating.
Vadim, can you hear me?
3 of them.
You've got VT.
Is your audio on?
Do you know, let's run through it after.
Can you
it's
hear
fine.
me? Right, sweet. I'll boot this one. Everyone's on.
Okay.
Let's do it before they go. Let's do it before they go. What's that? What's that? It's just childish. It's
Can we just do a sound check on everyone one by one? Alfie, will you just say something? Liam?
Super light and
Serge?
featherweight, isn't
I
it?
feel like Keith Moon in Pinball Wizard.
Rickards?
Featherweight and super light.
Sweet.
Like everything.
Fine. Fine.
Where's he at then?
Featherweight and super light.
130. Yeah.
It's the 30th. 30th. What am I singing to?
Yeah, it is going.
Whoever gets Rickards, Latvia. Whoever gets golden ball, picks me in
I can't even.
I just picked the ball up, don't I?
Golden ball, please.
golden ball wants to pick to go to Latvia, then we can do that. Yeah, that's what, yeah. The golden ball will have the other 5.
Surely in here. Is there any sound coming out of this one?
Yeah, they're speaking now.
Shall we turn it up?
That's as loud as it is, I think.
Latvia?
Just speak again, guys.
Lap dance. This is lap dance. We're going lap
Come
dance.
on, lad, pull it around.
I'm here.
Did you hear that then, Sam?
That's why. It's because you put the HDMI into the TV, so your feed's
Put
coming
the
out of there.
TV up.
Where's this controls for it? There's no controls for it, Danny. Yeah, I could hear myself, well. Yeah, there's no remote. There's no controls for it. Oh wait, no. There's no speaker. There is no speaker. Is there not? I don't think so.
That will be fine.
Можно включить просто лайв и поставить и поставить эту
Sorry, boys, we're just sorting out the volume and then we'll crack on. It's not loud enough off the laptop. Just need a...
What happened to Conroy?
I was checking my battery there.
Yeah, there's no way I can hear that. There's no way I can hear that. Yeah, but where's the volume for the TV?
It's a display monitor, so it's just got a remote with it. Turn the volume up on the TV all the way up.
Ah, okay.
Works, okay.
Full volume. Not much more I can do.
Should that be coming?
Yeah, it will just follow automatically through the HDMI. So if this is full volume, which I'm assuming it is, then nothing's muted.
There you go. Press Samsung for the speaker. Speak now, guys.
Hello?
Okay. Take it all you lads can hear me okay, can you?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Did you hear that?
Just about. Yeah, I think it's doable. So which is the camera? This one? Voice camera.
Why am I on two screens?
Evening, everybody. Welcome to Production Park once again in the north of England, ahead of what is the draw for the light heavyweight semi-finals of the Golden Contract. Yes, we're down to the final four for the big guys. Already some explosive action we've seen in London through the quarter-finals back in December. We also know that the super lights at £140 and indeed the featherweights are already through to the final, and we're going to bring that to you live from London, and that'll be on Wednesday the 30th. But before then, the light heavyweights have to reach the final. We're down to the final four. Barry, it's been an amazing tournament so far across the weight divisions. The light heavyweights looking to book that ticket, and the prize is quite a ticket for whoever at their respective weights comes through.
It's been a fantastic tournament. I think it's shown some fantastic fights and matched some fighters together which maybe wouldn't have really been matched. They would have been taken on different paths, and as fans we benefited from that. So I think it's been a success. The light heavyweight tournament, they've had to wait longer than the others, of course, but tonight they get to see who they fight, and they'll be back in action soon. I'm sure they'll all be chomping at the bit.
That's coming up in September, those semi-finals. One of those from Latvia, and we have our four fighters from their respective countries joining us live via conference call as well. So they are going to decide their own fate, courtesy of the golden ball. What I have here is the golden ticket lucky bag. 4 balls in here, and we're basically going to go in alphabetical order until we get to the golden ball. Whoever gets the golden ball then chooses their opponent for the semi-final. So we're going to start with Ricard Bolotniks. He gets first choice. That's if he gets the golden ball, and Barry Jones, former world champion, is going to do the draw. So Bolotniks first. It's a red ball. So we keep drawing. Barry's going to hang on to that. We're not putting it back in. We're going to prove there are indeed 4 balls in there. So next up, Hosea Burton. Does he get the golden ball? No, is the answer. So suddenly Serge Michel, who's last, and Liam Conroy, who is next up, they're thinking they've got a 1 in 2, 50% chance of choosing their own destiny. Conroy up next.
Okay.
Barry, you're going to get the blame. Oh, no, Liam. Sorry, you had a 1 in 2 chance, which means, we'll dip it out, but it means Serge Michel
does have the golden ball.
Gets the golden ball. And just to prove no more balls in, we got to the very last. So Serge Michel it is who gets to choose which of the other 3 fighters he would like to face in the semi-finals. Remember, one of those opponents has to go away to Latvia to face Ricard Bolotniks, and that's because he's already been away from home. Well, that's how it's worked out. So, Serge, who joins us live from Germany with a pal in tow. Evening, Serge, how are you?
Hey, greetings from Germany.
Terrific. You get to choose. You'll be looking at your opponents. Who's going to be your choice and why?
We can choose. We have the golden ball.
Yes, you get to choose.
Our connection is...
Don't.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we choose Conroy, Liam Conroy.
You choose Liam Conroy. There he is. England's own, Cumbria's own, Liam Conroy, who's going to face Germany's Serge Michel, which means that Hosea has to travel away to Latvia to face Ricard Bolotniks. Let's get Liam first of all. Quick reaction from you, Liam.
Can you hear us?
I can't.
Liam, quick reaction from you.
Can you hear us?
Yes, boys, we got it. Beautiful.
Yeah, okay.
Liam can hear. Just a quick word then from Hosea. I think he might have the best link here. You've got to travel to Latvia. How are you feeling about that?
Well, it is what it is. I knew I wasn't getting picked. Listen, me and Blake would have made a good final, but shame he's got to go out in the semis.
There you have it. We'll no doubt let that simmer. Gents, thanks for your time. We know the draw. We'll see you in September. Well. He was last out for Serge Michel. Straight off the bat, he chooses arguably the biggest puncher in the whole competition, Liam Conroy. Something like 6 knockouts of his last 7 wins, 7 out of his last 8, something like that, Barry?
Yeah, but I think, if they're happy, obviously they picked him for that reason, is that they probably think they can outbox Liam. Which, when you sort of watch this fight, you think, oh, maybe I can outbox him. But I'm not quite, I think it's easier said than done. He can punch, and he's fit, and we've seen against Stephen Ward, who's an excellent boxer, or we can close that space really quick and make it really hard for you. So, whichever way they were going to get, they were going to get good fights, whoever picked who anyway at the end of the day. So you're excited for the matches that were made, but ultimately, whoever they picked, they were going to be good fights. So they picked it now. We actually got some tangible stuff to really get our teeth into, and something to look forward to very, very shortly. Yeah, Joe Gallagher better get the passport out because he's away to Latvia Wednesday the 26th with Hosea Burton. That's the first of our matches, and the second one, and that is that Serge Michel against Liam Conroy, is going to be on Wednesday the 30th when we bring you the finals of both the super lights and indeed the featherweights. That coming to you live. So there's the draw. Now they know their fates. Now we know the fights that we can get our teeth into. We look forward to all of that in September. From everyone here at Production Part, that's the draw. It's goodbye for now.
I'm from Corbridge, Scotland, and I started boxing when I was 10 years old. My amateur background was good. I had a lot of experience boxing for Scotland and boxing all around the world. Picked up a few Scottish titles, a couple of British titles and a couple of medals abroad as well. My name is Mckeown and my dream is to be world champion. Aggressive style, so fan-friendly style.
Right, I'm hearing nothing now. So.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Good evening and welcome to Wakefield, England for MTK Fight Night. We're live on IFL TV. This show is officially sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your representative is Mr. Dennis Gilmartin. The action begins with a featherweight contest scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds. Would you welcome to the ring firstly from Prestwich, Manchester, Levi Chilito Dunn.
promises and songs of yesterday. And I made up my mind. I ain't wasting no more time. Though I keep searching for an answer, I never seem to find what I'm looking for. Lord, I pray you give me strength to carry on, 'cause I know you need to walk along the lonely street of dreams.
And his opponent from Coatbridge, Scotland, Mark Sparky Mckeown.
I've been think, I've been think, I've been think, I've been think, I've been about think, I've been 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 think, I've
Introducing to you firstly in the red corner, wearing black and camouflage shorts, he weighed in at 128 pounds. This evening he makes his professional debut from Prestwich, Manchester, Levi Chilito Dunn. And his opponent across the ring in the blue corner, wearing white shorts trimmed with tartan and blue, he weighed in at 127 pounds. He brings to the ring a perfect professional record of 2 wins from 2 contests. From Coatbridge, Scotland, Mark Sparky Mckeown. Your timekeeper at the bell is Chris O'Connor from Widnes. Your referee is Mark Ellison from Liverpool. This is 6 3-minute rounds in the featherweight division.
Okay, boys, both know the rules. I want you to obey my command. Tell you to break clean, defend yourselves at all times, boys. Look to you both. Come shield in, Mark. Come shield in. Start, please.
Stay alert all the time. Keep your eye on him. Don't take your eye off him. Watch out, go. Pass on your feet. No. Stop looking for him. Just keep moving. Don't be worried. Don't be worried, sir. When you get caught, between that, leaving your chin wide open. I'm lasting it. Oh, wake up. Stop grabbing and moving. Pass on feet. Don't throw stupid shots like you can get caught. Stupid small shots. Hold it. Go. Wait! No punches, no punches. Wait, look. Hands up. Don't be stupid. That's good. Let him go, Levi. Good lad. Hold on, he's in there. Right, move off. Fast on your feet now. Come on. Keep strong. Hands up. That's 10. Right. Hands up. Come on. Just moving in. It's safe. See in here. No, with your left. Bring your left. Moving a bit. Oh, there's a lead shot. Okay, son. Just sit him down. There you go, she's not more. Keep on there, Put me down, so get moving. Don't put down. Go. Faster, move back. Go the right hand, move back. Like that. And that must range come. Left it, we move over here. Let's go, round with me. When he comes, hands up. Back, hands up. Keep your eye on him. He comes back. Keep your eye on him. That's the shot. Let him come. Go on it, go on it. Hands up, chin down. That's shot. Come on, back. Move up. Stop trying to punch with him and move. Told you, get moving now. Faster. Round the ring, let's go. Feet, moving your head. Come on, side on. That's it, keep doing that. There you go. Hold him there. Come on. Better way, bud. Put the jab on, put the jab on. Right, move up. And again, don't hold him, Levi. Don't hold him. Right! So, when you go back. When he's coming for you, let him go. There you go, got a chin there for him to have shots. He's giving you his all, mate. Come on. Come on. Move off on your feet, Levi. Come on. Faster, wake up. Come on. Last 3 seconds. Come on. Feel it there. One on left side, now left side to the body's on our side. Good lad. Go, Levi. Good lad. Good lad. Move off. Come on. Fast on your toes. Come on. You ain't caught with jumps, man. Come on. Move that head. Suicide going them shots, mate. Come on, move faster. Come on, boys.
Work it out, work it out. Come on, Levi.
Alright, so get that across the shoulders and we're going to go with that. Bring them back up. Then we'll get the hooks off.
10 seconds, guys!
Right. Please, mid. Okay, son. There you go, there's 20 seconds gone already. Keep moving. Chin down. Good lad. Wake up, that's sleeping. Wake up. Come feel it. Come back. There you go. Right hand in his foot forward. Then go, Levi. Come hold him. Come on. 2 minutes left. Hands up. Come on. On the corner. On the corner. Come back to the ring there. That's it. Go on, then move the other way. There you go. Minute and a half left. Come on. Keep on in. Good lad. Back down. Right. Let him all go. Breathe. Get the breathe off. Sit down. Hands up. Be stupid. Hands up. Good lad. Come on, Levi. Good lad. Good lad. Easy work. Come on. Then go, Levi. Don't hold him. Don't hold. That's it. Come on, man. Get there. Come on, man. Believe in yourself. Come on, believe in yourself. Come on, hands up. When you work hard, come on, boys. Don't let them, Levi. Let him go. You hold him. Hold him. Great. Hold him up.
Yeah, sorry, sir.
Breathe. Doing good, man. Come on. Come on. Again, let him go. What are you doing? Look, come on. Rock 20. There you go, Levi. You hold him. Don't some of that, let's go. Right, press it back now, press it. Go again. There you go, last it. Good lad, good stop. Keep your mid. Hands up. Steamer after, okay? What do you see you doing? And you're running your punch off. He's doing it's just bend it for that. Right, so you're shooting for a target as the help. Right, let's do a shot across your shoulders. You've got to say, right, I need shots on. Then get the shot off that. Right? Not leaving yourself on there. See if they're in close, shove them off. And then you get ready to go again. It's pretty standard right there, isn't it? Stay there for a minute. I'm just tight further down. Listen.
10 seconds, guys! Seconds out!
having a breather now a bit. Come on. Relax. Here he is. Come in again now. Come in again. Hands up. Look at your hands. There we go. Good. Breathe. Breathe. Relax. Good lad. And go, Levi. Stop box. Now, come on, Beth.
Time. Levi, you can't hold them, okay? Not on the back of the head, but you hold them, okay?
Breathe. Come on, focus, man. Good lad.
Go, Levi.
I'm not holding. Come on, that's it. That's what Levi do. Good, man. Good lad. There you go. Breathe. There you go. Breathe, lad. That's it. Breathe. Keep your eyes on him. Stay there. Back to the other gun, man.
Hold him.
Good lad. Hands up, Levi. Good lad. Out the corner. Side on. Good lad. Side on. Good lad. Let go. Up there. Come on. Like a walk. Like in. I see some shots back now. Come on. Last minute. Come on. Don't get caught up your teeth. Get your teeth off. Come on. Come on. Go again. Good lad. Come on. Wake up.
And go. And go.
Okay. Come on, throw something back now, let's go! Come on! Hands up! Get moving! Body shot, nudge him up, man! Body push, man! Come up now. Oh, wake up. Come on. Jabbing with your boy. Move, roll your head, move your head. Come on. Let's go, move.
Stop boxing! Stop boxing!
What? Sit down on the stool, Mark. Take your time. That's it. That's it.
You're going to be here then now.
Don't worry about it. Just take some nice big full breaths in there. And a nice drink as well. Thanks a lot for that. Let's have a look in those eyes. If you look straight at me, look straight at me. Let's do this. Breathe, testing, all right. If you hurt anywhere, you know. No problem. Hold the stairs, now steady on your feet. Stand up for me. Take a few steps forward. Gloves up, please. Alright, okay? You'll see it. Okay, sit down, you're in there. Thank you. Sorry. Nice one, man. Nice one, you know what I mean? Couldn't let it take you with more mean. Well done, kid.
The contest came to an end after 2 minutes and 30 seconds of round number 4. Referee Mark Ellison deeming Levi Dunn in no position to continue. Therefore, your winner from Coatbridge, Scotland, Mark Sparky Mckeown.
Harlem Eubank, super lightweight, MTK Global.
I'm Martin McDONAGH, I'm super lightweight and I'm MTK Global. This camp has been very good. I've had top class sparring, the likes of Luke Campbell, Alex Dilmagani, Ahara Davis, Jack Hillier. Everything's gone well.
This camp's been good for me. It's been learning through lockdown, but I've stayed focused and dedicated to my craft. As the martial artist I am, I've stayed in the gym. When I got the call 2 weeks ago, I was more than ready.
I've already beat Harlem Eubank in the amateurs twice. I'm confident.
Good evening, everyone. We're back at Production Park, bringing you boxing action on the third MTK fight night from the north of England. Well, we'll go a long, long way to beat last week when we had a terrific British and Commonwealth welterweight title eliminator. Tetley against Taylor really did deliver. We also had a British champion on show as well. We're going to crown a British champion later on tonight in our top of the bill as unbeaten Akeem Ennis-Brown finally gets his chance against the current Commonwealth champion Barry Jones, Philip Bowes. That promises to be an absolute cracker.
It is. You've got two guys there. It's going to be an intriguing battle to start with because they both are natural counter punchers. They both want you to make a mistake and then they capitalise off, and they're both very good at doing that. So the Bowes is the more structured style. Akeem Ennis-Brown is more unorthodox, let's say, but he gets the job done. I think he's going to be the one who forces the pace. I think we've seen that obviously again in one of his recent fights, but he had to force the pace against the taller guy. I think the same with Bowes. You kind of have to do that. But Bowes counters lovely off the ropes. You know, he throws a nice long left hook when he leans back. It's an intriguing fight. And it's again another fight that's hard to pick a clear winner, I feel.
Yeah, very much so. That's going to be really tactical and technical. You almost get your brain hurting just thinking about it. It's going to be crash bang wallop for the English light heavyweight title. Dan Azeez defending that for the first time against Andre Sterling. They know plenty about each other from the gym, sparring days, now with the lighter gloves. Dan Azeez says in the build-up, heated head-to-head yesterday, Barry. He says, let's just meet in the middle and bang. We'll see if that's going to transpire tonight. But there could be fireworks.
I think so, but I think, again, this one is I wouldn't say they're really inexperienced, but I think for maybe lack experience for a grudge match where it's sometimes who can keep their composure, a cool head. Because it's okay you want to get fired up for a fight, I understand that. You want to be aggressive, I understand that also. But you also have to remember what you learn in the gym. You lose your head in a fight sometimes, or some fighters do, and they want to be aggressive. You want to hurt a guy who you naturally don't like, and then you can use your shape and you can get caught. So I think for this fight, it might be the guy who keeps his composure, keeps his cool, who will prevail the winner.
And 25 years on this week since Frank Bruno finally won his world title against Oliver McCall at Wembley. It's the little Frank, the mini Bruno, who wears a pair of velvety boxing shorts that probably hail from that very era, if not back to the 80s. He's looking to defend his title in our co-feature. Before then, we've got some good stuff for you. I'm pitting two guys who knew each other from the amateur ranks. Martin McDonough, who not once but twice he beat Harlem Eubank in the amateur code. Now we're going to see how things have developed as pros.
You can see why he beat him, because McDonough's all movement. So you can see over that 3-minute round, or if it was 4-2s, a shorter period, where he could do a job. It's different in the pros because you can set it up, and I think Eubank's an improved fighter, and will learn as well from obviously the Eubank fight against McDonough, where he closed the gap a little bit, and I think he'll learn if he can put his front foot in the right position to stop the escape routes of McDonough, then he'll have a lot of success. But to do that, it's very difficult. And to do that, you also got to put yourself in a position where you might be getting caught coming forward. So again, we've been spoiled these last few weeks with fights where you can easily pick a winner from either side.
Yeah, very much so. And post-lockdown, we're getting these really competitive fights, particularly with the young prospects being pitted against each other. And that's exactly the case with Eubank against McDonough coming up.
Harlem Eubank, super lightweight, MTK Global.
I'm Martin McDonough, I'm super lightweight and I'm MTK Global. This camp has been very good. I've had top class sparring, the likes of Luke Campbell, Alex Dilmagani, Ahara Davis, Jack Hillier. Everything's gone well.
This camp's been good for me. It's been learning through lockdown, but I've stayed focused and dedicated to my craft. As the martial artist I am, I've stayed in the gym. When I got the call 2 weeks ago, I was more than ready.
I've already beat Harlem Eubank in the amateurs twice. I'm confident. I'm ready to give him a boxing lesson. I'm ready for him and I'm going to take him to school.
I predict that I will get to him in there. He will try and touch and run, and he won't be able to run from me. I'm not going for the stoppage, but with the power I'm going to bring Wednesday night, it's a likely possibility he won't make it to the final bell.
Harlem, there's no way you are stopping me. Many people have tried and many people have failed. I'm levels above you. On fight night, the fans are in for a treat. You will see a different Mark McDonough.
On September 2nd, the fans can expect to see an explosive performance. You've not seen much of me yet, so this is my chance to introduce myself to the boxing world.
And here is the tail off the tape. Harlem Eubank unbeaten in 9, really improving his last couple of starts. The Brighton man, he is slightly the older, the amateur experience, of course, with McDONAGH, who just that one defeat, but that was early on in his career against Danny Eubank, and I suspect that'll be a steep learning curve for the Kent man. That sets us up beautifully. We are set to kickstart our action this evening. And to welcome the fighters to the ring and to get us underway is across to our MC tonight. That's Phil Seymour.
Welcome to Wakefield, England for MTK Fight Night. We're live on IFL TV and ESPN Plus in association with Top Rank. We come now to a super lightweight contest scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds. Would you welcome to the ring firstly from the Isle of Sheppey in Kent, Martin McDONAGH!
Talented amateur Martin McDONAGH, 80 or so amateur fights, plenty of titles along the way as well, including a couple of scalps of Harlem Eubank. He says that he's boxed him and outboxed him before, and he's going to do it again in the pro ranks with the lighter gloves on. We're about to find out.
And his opponent from Brighton, Harlem Eubank!
It's an unbeaten run, stretching to 9 so far for Harlem Eubank. And in truth, twice that we saw him last year, I think particularly just over a year ago when he was in action at Brentwood, I think you could really see the improvements in Harlem Eubank, suddenly starting to grasp what's required in the pro ranks and just taking that next step forward. This theoretically a step again, moving up to 8 rounders first of all, and indeed the level of competition. And I suspect the fact that it is a rematch from the amateur ranks where he tasted defeat not once but twice, that just gives him a little bit of added motivation, a little bit of spice. He has been inactive for just over a year. Add to that, of course, the interruptions of the COVID period, throwing an almighty spanner into the works. So interesting to see how rusty or motivated or otherwise Harlem Eubank is tonight. He says that smaller gloves, pro ranks, different game, and it's going to show tonight. We're about to find out if that's the case.
Introducing to you firstly in the red corner, wearing red and white shorts. He weighed in at 142 pounds. From 9 professional contests, his record boasts 8 wins and just 1 defeat. From the Isle of Sheppey in Kent, Martin McDONAGH! And his opponent across the ring in the blue corner, wearing white and red shorts. He weighed in at 143 pounds. He brings to the ring a perfect professional record, 9 wins from 9 contests, 2 of those wins coming by way of knockout. From Brighton, Harlem Eubank! Your timekeeper at the bell is Chris O'Connor of Widnes. Your referee is Mark Lyson from Liverpool. This is 8 3-minute rounds in the super lightweight division.
I think there's just a slight delay to getting this underway with a dressing tape around the gloves of Harlem Eubank. So there we are, literally taped up and ready to go.
The rules. Want you to obey my commands. Tell you to break clean, defend yourselves at all times, boys. Good luck to you both.
Well, a steely stare, wasn't that, between the pair of them? A long, lingering rook, and here we go, getting the action underway tonight. This one's scheduled for 8. First time up to that distance for Harlem Eubank tonight, and up against a talented amateur southpaw in the shape of McDONAGH. How much has he learned from the Vinike defeat just over a year ago?
But I think it's just a little bit. He boxes well. He's hard to pin down. And he hasn't got to be a big puncher, but just a little bit more turn from the core. Sometimes when he throws his shots, just get a little bit more weight. Because being a good mover is a good thing, but in the longer distances, they will walk you down in professional. So you just need a little bit more, just enough weight just to stop him from walking through you. That's all he needs. That's all. But he's an improving fighter, is McDONAGH. As is Eubank, of course. You can see Eubank there, just see him waving that front hand there, that left hand, just trying to offset the jab there of McDONAGh.
McDONAGh landed one of those from the southpaw stance just a moment or so ago, missed with a second one. He's trying to feel each other out. No one wanting to commit too much. And both landing there, the right lead, and then it was a terrific body shot in return from Eubank.
That's it, relax them shoulders, relax them shoulders. Don't rush it, don't rush it. Stay relaxed, stay calm.
I think the majority of boxers seem to have come out of the lockdown period, Barry, fit and motivated, have used that extra time they've had to get themselves into great nick, and you saw a really sharp left hand and a follow-up from McDONAGh.
Yeah, 2 good left hands there from McDONAGh, and he did the right thing on the second one, just took a little step back, so nothing came back his way. See that waving of the left hand there, it's just not allowing McDONAGh just to get his southpaw jab off, so he's having to look and wait for Eubank to commit himself before he fires that left hand on the centre of the guard. So you've got to keep that head moving there, Eubank, when he slides forward. The right hand and the left hook there from Eubank, and again.
Yeah, he came back with the right too, both itchy trigger fingers there, and the counter-action close. It's been a good minute or so for Eubank settling into this.
Nice little left hand. And again, lovely shot there from McDONAGh.
Just beating Eubank to the punch. It's been a good start to the round for McDONAGh. Then a good sort of second third of it from Eubank, and then back McDONAGh just towards the end. So an interesting opener this. Very interesting start. Not an easy one to score that. Interesting though, it seemed a distinct ploy by Eubank and his team to target the body early on, Barry.
It did, yeah. And he's doing the right thing, Eubank. He's waving that left hand in front, and also he's coming low with his attacks. His front foot's still inside the right foot of McDONAGh, but he is coming in low, so it makes it easier to hit the target. And McDONAGh, I thought, was picking him up quite well at stages as well in a very close fight, but they both had to look at each other now, so it'll be interesting to see who tries to take the play now in the second round.
Yeah. Cool. Seconds out. Round 2.
Into round 2 then, scheduled for 8. Intriguing start to proceedings here tonight.
That's it, nice and relaxed. That's lovely, Mark. That's it. Keep it as it is, Wes. Keep it as it is. That's lovely. There you go. There you go. That's it. Hold it. Let's go. Let's go. That's lovely. That's lovely. Good.
Eagerness, maybe over-eagerness there from Eubank to close the gap.
Well, I think McDonagh stayed nice and calm, to be honest, and I think he could see what was coming. I don't think he held on at the right times and didn't really catch anything. It was an aggressive move from Eubank, but I don't think he really had much success with it.
Eubank, the one who wanted to work when they were tied up in close.
That's lovely. There you go. He shows that, Mark. He shows that. Just be nice and alert. Nice
And there you can see maybe the game plan for McDonagh and his team to make Eubank miss and then punish him perhaps while he's rushing in.
As he leans over that front foot, Mark, which is right up the middle. He leans over that front foot. There you go.
That's a good shot there from McDonagh. Lovely short left hand.
That's it.
A lot of upper body movement from Eubank. McDonagh able to tie him up when they're close.
He's throwing pumps. I understand it's hard for him to get close to Eubank, but he's throwing pumps too far out. That right hand was the right idea, but he was just a step and a half outside of distance there. You just slide in with that front foot, so get a little bit lower. You can nick the space when you get a little bit lower. Then the wider stance, you can bring that front foot a bit closer, and then let that right hand go.
Yeah, just slightly over-eager in this round. I think Eubank, I thought that the thoughtful approach in the first round had borne him some success. And straight right again, the jab working for McDonagh. I think more importantly, he's got his distance and his footwork going for him in this round.
He's keeping his shape very well, isn't he? Even though Eubank's trying to, when they get close, trying to be a little bit physical. So I think McDonagh's keeping his shape really well and just staying nice and switched on. The concentration's good. That's a lovely right hook there with the missed left uppercut, but a lovely right hook from McDonagh.
Good. Now working, man. Now
Oh, a couple of free shots there from McDonagh out of the clinch. Eubank trying to load up, trying to rough up McDonagh. One on the belt line right at the end of the round, but it was a good 3 minutes for McDonagh. A composure under fire there from McDonagh. As Barry said, he kept his shape and he was making Eubank pay for some of those rushes.
Yeah, but it's hard to establish the jab with a southpaw. When you can't establish the jab, you can't find your distance right. So Eubank's trying to do that by being a bit more aggressive, but he needs to get that front foot close. That's the important part. How he does that is obviously down to him and his coach now. In this minute's rest is quite important that they go forward in the next round.
And then roll out. Yes?
10 seconds, bonus.
Let's go into this one. Let's go.
Seconds out. Round 3.
Into round 3 then. First was pretty tight, tough to score. I'd say that the second looked to have been McDonagh's.
Shots there from Eubank, sorry. Alex's lovely right hand.
And what was the key there, Barry? Because it seemed like he ducked down to his left, got inside, and then let that right hand go.
Yeah, he stayed low, but he stayed low when he threw the shot. I think that might be the difference there. He didn't sort of come up with it.
That's good. Now you got there, right? You got there. That's it.
Maybe one of the cleanest shots we've seen in the first couple of rounds so far, that right hand from Eubank.
See, even there, he missed with that right hand, but at least he touched the target with the left hand with the jab, so he knew he was there to throw the right hand and let it go.
There is only a year between them in age, Barry. It doesn't always look like that in the ring. Sort of boyishness about McDonagh.
That's a nice little left hand there by McDonagh.
He had to take one there, Eubank, to land one, but he was willing to do so. bear any fruit for him.
Yeah, I thought the short right hand was probably the better shot there by Eubank in that little exchange. McDONAGH just got to remember to either come out on exit on the left side there, or pivot off the right when his back's to the ropes.
He's been a natural athlete and sportsman at Eubank, of course, from a fighting family very much. His dad was a pro back in the 80s, unlucky to bump into the likes of Kevin Lushing, Andy Holligan in his time, and of course his uncle Chris Eubank himself needing no introduction.
There was a lovely left uppercut there to start off this little hustle here from McDONAGH. Just caught Eubank coming forward. Good right hand though there from Eubank.
He's letting his hands go. It's not always pretty and they're not always landing, but you cannot fault the effort and the application here from Eubank.
Half blocked that shot, but it was a good little move there from McDONAGH, and then held his feet there and that take one back there from Eubank.
He's almost just waiting to time Eubank for that rush, but he was clipped by a couple of right hands there from Eubank. There's about 3 of those or so have got through in this round.
Nice.
Well, a wild miss with the right, and there's another one, but he did land with the left hand in between those swipes, Eubank, and he had his successes in that round. It is appealingly set up, this one.
Okay, he's reading that first shot there because you're coming too wide. Yep. The first one, throw it like a jab, it's nice and tight there. Boom, over, and then you can throw it again. Yeah.
Again, it's Eubank constantly forcing the pace, isn't he? Always. You know, he's always looking to lead up, always being aggressive, and that was a good little pocket of success he had there, but I still think he's maybe taking a few too many shots coming forward. Again, throwing too far out at times and bringing that back foot forward, squaring himself up. Leaves him open to that little short left uppercut that McDONAGH's hit him with a couple of times, and certainly in that round. So he's closed the gap a bit. He's putting a little more physical presence there on McDONAGH, and that might tire the legs of the man who looks maybe not as physically as strong as him, but still needs to get, as I think the corner was saying there, it's that first shot, the first punch he throws, that needs to be more effective.
Here we are approaching halfway then. McDONAGH versus Eubank. Tough one to score this, I think, so far. Oh, both getting through. A bit of tit for tat through this first minute.
It's nice there from McDONAGH, lovely there. Little left hand, little spin round there to his right.
He's so keen to get in range to let that right hand go, isn't he, Eubank? I think it's as Barry says, you've always got to earn your stripes, haven't you, to get there.
It's just harder because he can't land with the jabs. It's hard to judge his distance where he lets his hands go, but again, he sort of did in the first one, got really low, and then that allows you to get that front foot closer. Then you can let that big bomb go of a right hand. But it's McDONAGH, the little judgery movements McDONAGH makes just makes it hard for maybe to set yourself. But I think he's boxing quite well here, McDONAGH. He's under a bit of pressure, but he's staying nice and composed. Even here, good left hand there from Eubank.
Yeah, I think some of the sort of big eye-catching shots have definitely come from Eubank, and maybe a bit more power on them as well. But McDONAGH's kept his boxing, he's counter-punched.
That's lovely. Good back down. Good. Every shoulder. Good. That's beautiful, Mark. Good. Lovely. Good. Now work with him. Now work with him. Ready? Now work with him, Mark. Let's go.
So be careful there, McDONAGH. Don't stand too tall. Eubank whips a shot over the top.
That's it. Good. That's it. Lovely. Lovely, Mark. That's it. Keep peppering in. Keep peppering in. That's it. Take your feet with you. Good boy. Good. That's it, working there with it, working, good. That's it,
What a shot. Big left hand. Is that a fight-turning shot? McDonough has 40 or so seconds. Huge turnaround this for Eubank.
You got to jump at him, not Eubank, but you got to maintain that distance. You don't get too close to McDonough to hold, and that left hook rocked McDonough to the soles of his boots. He's all over the place.
Oh, there's another left hand. There was a right before it as well. The big shot's getting through. There's another one. He's under real pressure here. McDonough, the legs are wobbling, and he's managed to hang on successfully through the fight so far when he's needed to.
You got a jab to the body here, Eubank, and left hand over the top.
Oh, and he gets him again, Eubank. Huge shots for Eubank. Just the 2 stoppages so far in 9, but he's getting through in another terrific left hand. This time to the body, gets in for Eubank. Huge round that for Harlem Eubank, just at a time when perhaps he needed it. It's been a difficult fight to score, I think it's fair to say. People are going to be wondering now whether the scorecards might be immaterial, but if we learned anything from Tetley against Taylor last week, never write the boxer off yet. Well, the knowledge is here. Spencer Fearon joins us live on Fight Night for his take on the scorecards. What did you make of that one, Spencer?
Listen, that was an incredible round because if you look at what McDonough was doing, McDonough was fighting very, very sneaky. He's very smart, throwing trick shots from his southpaw position. But then you could see with Harlem Eubank, he was showing no respect to him. Like from early, he was trying to catch him in and throwing these overhand rights and throwing with the left hooks, and he did. He caught him. So now we're going to see, will the scorecards be really needed?
Seconds out. Round 5.
And we go past halfway. Thanks to Spencer. We'll get a word from him again as this one develops. How it develops, where it develops, in what particular order remains to be seen. That was a huge turnaround, Barry.
It was, yeah. I give it 10-9. You could theoretically you give that 10-8. He was quite dominant at the end, but I still thought that it was just a 10-9 for me. So I still got McDonough just slightly ahead, but I think as Spencer was saying, will the scorecards be needed? Because I think there's a certain change of wind, isn't there, now all of a sudden?
You wouldn't say it came out of the blue, but I suppose what you would say is those kind of rugged attacks hadn't been successful up until that point.
I understand that, but I thought it did come out of the blue. I think not that he caught him, the fact that he really shook him, because it was a beautiful shot, and McDonough sort of just froze for a little while, and even though when that happens, that they're shook up and seriously hurt.
I'm waiting for McDonough, Barry, and I think it's maybe a testament to how shaken he was, because he took another 3 or 4 heavy shots in the process. But he'd been, first couple of rounds, he'd been holding up close really successfully. Interestingly, when he was hurt there, he pushed Eubank off him, as if he wasn't quite thinking properly.
Just blinking here, McDonough, and that's something maybe the referee needs to keep an eye on. I'm not sure if that's a little tick he has, or I haven't noticed it before, or whether it's a problem with the eye or something, but
I think I caught him doing that early, Barry. It might just be a little tick.
And as boxers, we have plenty of them, don't worry about that. Let's not even go about the Barry Jones shuffle.
Well, I'll tell you what, Barry, McDonough has done well to kind of get a foothold through this first minute and a half of the 5th.
A little bit slower with that left hander there, McDonough, and Eubank throwing that right hand over the top. Looking not to get worn there, going over the head there, Eubank.
Oh, another huge left hand lands from Eubank. And you can see the punches back from McDonough much slower. He's really having to force this. It's getting harder for him, and there's still a minute to go in this 5th. Eubank is getting through. Look how slow those shots are from McDonough. He's trying so hard.
That's just when you get hurt, your energy drains, but also your confidence of committing yourself to punches when you've been stung a little bit. So that's what's happened here. You just need a little bit of a confidence booster here, not McDonough, with a bit of success.
I think he's done so well through the first minute, but look at those punches. He looks like he's punching through deep water, McDonough, and he is in deep water right now towards the end of this 5th.
But look at the rhythm to the work now of Eubank all of a sudden.
And the confidence.
When he was jumping in out of distance, now he's all nice and smooth. The shoulders are loose now, he's rolling those shoulders coming forward.
And he's also happy to bide his time, Barry. I think perhaps he feels it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, but you got to be careful there, because he's not a massive puncher. So I think he needs. If he looks like he got plenty in the tank, he needs to put it on McDonough. It's a good right hand again there from Eubank.
2 big rounds back to back for Harlem Eubank.
Nice defense.
It's a good, lovely left hand there from Eubank, and he went for it, sort of thing. Just got a little bit too close, and McDonough did the right thing to hold on, give himself a few precious seconds. And again, there, Eubank just getting a little bit too over-eager, too close to the target, not allowed to work. But it's a lovely shot. That's the one that caused all the damage in the previous round, and he going for it again.
And in previous rounds, Barry, McDonough had that distance. He was just taking that little shuffle back, taking him out of range. On that occasion, you see from the slow motion, he stayed there right in range.
Well, he needs to believe in himself now, McDonough. If he feels okay, if he's not like really knackered and tired, because getting hurt can do that to you. Because he looks like he lost a bit of confidence in throwing those shots. And I understand that. When you get hurt, you tend to let your hands go because you know something's coming back, but you have to find that inner confidence to let your punches go with full flow.
Well, it's not just the fact that the last two rounds, the fourth and fifth, have gone to Eubank, and significantly so. It's the momentum and it's the heavy shots that have been landed through those rounds, and successively too. Momentum, everything in boxing, and there's no doubt that the snowball seemingly starting to run downhill towards Martin McDonough.
He just takes a little bit of a wider step to the left there, Eubank, with that left foot. Then he jabs, then feint the jab to the body and throw that right hand over the top.
And I mentioned at the end of that fifth round,
shot.
I'll tell you what, that was a beautiful move, that from Eubank. He kind of dipped down and then huge swiping left hand. And there's a dig into the body. It's early on in round 6 where he's starting to make an impression again.
Again, if he takes that left foot on the outside, it stops McDonough from... McDonough, when he gets hurt, he always goes to the right. So you take that foot to the left, that stops that escape route straight away, and then he can go to work.
I was just about to say at the end of that fifth, the kind of composure, more relaxed approach, the confidence brimming into Eubank's work. Whether maybe he was just feeling the pace of the effort he's put in, but the way he's gone about it in the sixth suggests it's just the way he's fighting now.
He's found the distance with that left hook. The good thing is, except for he dips his legs with that left hook, there's no real tell to it. It's nice, smooth. It's not nice, smooth rhythm to it. So it's not a little dip down with the left hand first. He just dips the knees and then he fires in with the left hook. Hard to read, and he's used it very well in the last 3 rounds.
Yes, it's all become an awful lot smoother, hasn't it? Not as forced. It shows you what a little bit of success can do for a fighter.
Good right hand there as well from Eubank.
Or in the case of Eubank, through the last 3 rounds, a lot of success. Building block upon block. And all the while, like the energy bars in a computer game, the stock's just depleting for McDonough. Having to dip into the reserves now in the last third of the fight.
But on the scorecards, he's still in the fight. I know that the winds have totally changed in Eubank's favour in the last few rounds, but scorecards still close fight for me. That's a good left hand there from McDonough.
Yeah, I think you can have a good argument about the first and the third rounds. I think second was clearly McDonough's. You could have given him the first 3. I gave it the third a 10-10. I thought they kind of shared the pattern of the fight. One had better early on than the other towards the end. So on my card, I've got Eubank just in front, but you could debate the first 3 rounds for sure. Just inches away with that looping right hand, Eubank, who now seems to be gaining control.
Okay, new favour.
Charlie Beaton is at corner tonight. Adam Booth, of course, he's very much here tonight, not in the corner, but Adam watching from slightly further back, and I think he'll be pleased with the momentum that Harlem Eubank is building up.
Just show there the connection he made with that lovely left hook, and that's been the punch that's changed the pattern of the fight for Eubank, isn't it?
I'll leave that right.
Well, I suppose the big question now is, Martin McDonough was out in March, he had a 6-rounder against Chris Adaway. That was on that ESPN plus bill when we saw Danny Digman produce that spectacular performance against Alfredo Melli. Dignam, a real middleweight to watch out for coming out of lockdown when he gets his chance. Harlem Eubank, Barry, hasn't been out since last July. Will the year off hurt him down the stretch? We'll see.
I think he's looked just as fresh in the last round as he did in the first, to be honest. Now, especially now he's found his range. He's full of confidence, isn't he? And when you're dictating the pace, it's sometimes easier to produce the better work. All McDonagh needs now is a little bit of success, and all that confidence that he had in the first few rounds will theoretically come flowing back. Because it's still a close fight on the cards, even though it's all been Eubank in the last 3 rounds.
And we saw it last week, didn't we? Oh, what a jab that is. We saw last week Darren Tetley, you know, that the southpaw boxer, his technique, that really did stand the test in the face of the tough, rugged assault from Liam Taylor. And Tetley was still in there fighting and boxing all the way to the final bell. Well, it was a good response, Barry, wasn't it, from McDonagh? And then suddenly the equaliser, the strength and the power through that uppercut from Eubank. That's the punch you remember, and that was the punch that had the effect.
Well, it's the quality of the shots, and or certainly the weight of the shots that are the difference here right now against McDonagh and Eubank. Oh, good left hook again there from Eubank.
And just a little wobble, perhaps more off balance, Eubank, than anything else.
He's a little bit more pop in that left hand there now, McDonagh.
Well, there it is. Set up by the jab, straight down the pipe. Bit of confidence, maybe creeping back into the work of McDonagh.
Oh, good right hand there from Eubank. Lovely shot. Took it well though, McDonagh.
He's taken them all well, hasn't he? Real testament to his fitness and his toughness.
Well, I don't think... far off with that uppercut there, Eubank. I think he showed a good chin, hasn't he?
Yeah.
McDonagh. I just think his confidence has been hit a little bit. And it's shown in some of his work. Again there, look at that, holding his feet, and I took that right. He wouldn't have took that right hand 4 rounds ago.
No, he wouldn't. He would have been out of range. I think it's the sheer weight of the shots that's really forced him into this kind of fight, and he just doesn't quite have the energy to do anything about it.
See, it doesn't look like he's unravelled because he's still keeping his hands up and his elbows tucked in tight. But I think mentally, he's just unravelled a little bit.
Well, it's interesting whether it's mental. I mean, I think it's physical, but I completely take the point with him. You can really see the effect that some of those heavy shots have had on him. And he was on the back of... So having boxed really well through the early part of that round, he took a few more at the end.
Well, to be honest, Alex, he's not completely he's not boxing bad. No, it just is, the work's a little bit slower and a little bit more tentative when he's throwing the shots. So he's coming back a bit slower, and that's making it easier for Eubank to land with some of his. That's a lovely uppercut there from Eubank. Just the confidence now. The punches are slow, just to lean back, turn that little shoulder and whip back with that uppercut. From a distance, really, he shouldn't be landing with it, to be honest. It's a good right hander there. Good from Eubank, bringing that left foot up right. He slides in that left foot, brings it right over to the side and throws that right hand over the top.
Into the final round then. Didn't necessarily look like it'd go this far 4 rounds ago with that dramatic fourth, when no doubt the fight was turned by a couple of solid left hands from Harlem Eubank. He's already gone into uncharted territory, 7th and 8th rounds for the first time in his career, and having been off the track, as it were, for more than a year, he has certainly ticked that box in some kind of style so far.
Yeah, and it hasn't always been... Oh, it's a good shot there from Eubank. It hasn't always been pretty from him, but I think when you're boxing someone like McDonagh, a southpaw, boxes well on the move, then I think you have to be a little bit crude with some of your work to get success. You have to get inside the reach and sort of rough him up a little bit, be more physical.
Yeah, and he was, and there was just the danger early on that he could have been frustrated, Barry, by the good boxing of McDonagh, which was working so well for him through the first 3 rounds. I think his fair to say. A bit more sort of polish, guile and composure, I think, is the right word to apply to what Eubank has done since then.
But he's grown in confidence where McDonagh has waned in his. I think that's what it's looked to me, to be honest, and that's been the difference. Because McDonagh doesn't seem to be that hurt. He's taken some good shots, he's taken them well, but just the punch output hasn't been as frequent as it was earlier on, and certainly the snap in the shots is reduced dramatically.
And a measure of that, Barry, we just saw again there, another strong left jab for Eubank, which he was unable to land at all through the first half of the fight.
And considering Eubank's front foot is usually in the wrong position to land that jab in the first place, so shouldn't be getting much success. But he has found his rhythm, he's found his range, and you can see how loose and the flow in his shots.
And the left hand for Eubank, the fight turn of the story of it?
Yeah, the left hook, certainly. You know, he's landed some good right hands, but the left hook was, that first left hook he landed with that really did the damage. It's all been downhill from McDonagh from there, really, but that's been the punch of the night.
Great credit to McDonagh. He really has had to tough this out down the stretch. Things were getting particularly difficult, tough, really deep water he was swimming in from round 4 onwards. And he's copped a few heavy shots down the stretch too. There's another one. Huge left hand. He's in a bit of bother with 30-odd seconds to go. McDonagh hits the canvas for the first time in the fight. And he's struggling to get to his feet in time. He's running out of time, and he has been stopped right at the very finish.
Well, that's... To be fair to Eubank, he kept committing. I don't think he was ahead at the end, of course, and he could have just been sensible, not taking any silly risks, but he wanted that stoppage and he went all out for it. You've got to give him his credit for that. His engine, talking about, was he rusty, or how would he cope with the energy at the end? But he looked as strong as ever, and as fast as ever. And again, that left hook caused all the damage, the first left hook. McDonagh then just a little bit shook up from that, looked to hold on, but not strong enough with that grip, and the left hook and the right hand to follow it over. And then McDonagh really there was on the floor, probably thinking, listen, I might just sit this one out.
I think how much he knew after those 2 big left hands, and it was the succession of big punches prior to that as well. An extraordinary finish for him, and the icing on the cake from what was a dominant second half of the fight. Let's bring in Spencer Fearon once again. We didn't quite need the cards, as you hinted at halfway, Spencer.
Yeah, we didn't need the cards, but you know what? Fair play to McDonagh, because he fought very, very gamely. But you know what? Credit has to be given out to Eubank, because Eubank could have taken the easy route, because he was ahead on points in my eyes. So he could have easily gone to points, but if he bit down his gum shot, and he was looking for the stoppage from like the 4th round. He was looking to try and get the stoppage. Those overhand rights and those left hooks were paramount in this fight. And you know what? Congratulations to him. But you know what? Fair play to McDonagh, because he was very, very game. You guys, what do you think?
He was terrific, the young man, wasn't he? In defeat, he was absolutely terrific, pushing himself through the pain barrier all the way down the stretch. And I think Spencer's right. Harlem Eubank, the way he went about that in the 8th round, that is a real credit to him and a message for any young fighter. Let's get confirmation of it now with Phil.
The contest came to an end after 2 minutes and 36 seconds of round number 8. Martin McDonagh failing to beat the referee's count. Therefore, your winner by count out from Brighton, Harlem Eubank!
Well, Barry Jones, we've seen a bit of Harlem Eubank last twice, and we've said he is getting better. This is the biggest test of his career, and that's as good as he looked.
Well, let's go back to the amateur days. He's boxing a guy who's beat him twice, so you say this is the pro game, it's different, but it's still a test for him. And I think he came out there against an awkward guy, struggled to find his distance, as you would against a southpaw who's a constantly moving target. But he stuck to his task, even though I thought he was behind after 3 rounds and maybe 4 rounds. But he was always looking just to slide that front foot forward, go close enough, couldn't find his distance. But when he did, look at that beautiful left hook, and that's when it all unraveled there for McDonagh. That fantastic left hook, and once he found his range, Eubank, he just relaxed, and his shoulders were relaxed, his movements were sharp. Just see the whip of the left hook there from Eubank, and you could just, he had the feeling of a fighter that knew that he was going to get the stoppage, even though we couldn't see it coming. He knew, he was confident he was going to win by a stoppage, and a stand-up performance for him on a big stage. His best win. After all that waiting lockdown, Alex, that's his best win, and I'm sure he's over the moon with it.
Harlem, you just had a chance to look back on the big screen, see some of the highlights towards the end. That's a pretty emphatic finish for you after a year plus out of the ring and your biggest test to date as well. You must be absolutely buzzing with that.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I knew I was going to come back with a good, solid performance. I've been working a lot in the gym, and I'm glad that showed through in the ring. He's a negative southpaw. He's a tricky southpaw, so it takes some rounds to break them down, and I got to him in the end before the final bell.
It was pretty tricky early on, wasn't it? First 3 rounds, you were trying to close the gap, but weren't able to. What was the big difference through the fourth and beyond?
It was patience. We knew he was going to be tricky early. He's got that, like I say, negative on the back foot southpaw style, touch and move. So you've got to break them guys down slowly, close the distance slow, and find your way to get in and connect with the hard punches.
Barry and I have said we've seen you your last sort of 3 or so fights. We've seen you from the start, but the progress seems to have been significant over the course of the last year and a half. Is that how it feels to you, and what's coming up next?
Definitely. I'm living the life. I'm in the gym every day, so I'm progressing. Got world champions in the making in the gym, soon to be world champions. So I'm just soaking it in from them, learning from them. And like I said, I'm in there every day, so whoever's in there, I'm soaking up their knowledge. I'm watching them, I'm taking in information, because I want to be the best I can be in this sport, and I'm slowly progressing towards that.
Ticked a few boxes tonight as well. Gone 8 rounds, and another one done.
That's it. Mine's never been stopped before, amateur or pro. So I'm glad that I got to him within 8 rounds.
I think you'll enjoy the watch back as much as you enjoyed the highlights. Thanks for your time. Well done.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Really well done to Harlem Eubank. He gets his arm raised again. That's into double figures for his career as well. That makes it number 10. But I think it's fair to say, Barry, it's often the way that you get the job done. And he'll look at the second half of that fight. You know, he's been out of the ring for more than a year, up against a tricky southpaw. He was in a bit of trouble. He was being posed problems, and he found all the answers.
He did, and I think he's right. You know, he said McDonagh's a negative drug. He's a tricky southpaw, like they all are. Let's be honest. And he doesn't commit himself, and he stays on the back foot, and he throws that jab, and he makes it hard for you. So it was always going to be hard for Eubank in the early rounds to have any success. And I think he was over-eager at times, and he was throwing that right hand from too far out. But then he got a little bit lower. That allowed him to get that front foot a bit closer, and then when he slid in through that left hook, it all changed from there. And not so much with how he knew he could have success and work off it, because he committed himself. Mentally, he was full of himself and he relaxed. You could see the whole body just so relaxed, and the punches were looser. He wasn't thinking, I'm too far out, I can't reach him. He wasn't overthinking stuff. And McDonough panicked. He didn't show he panicked, but I think mentally he panicked because he got hurt, didn't want to throw shots, and when he did, he was slowing down, and that was making it easier for Eubank. And to be fair, I thought it was going to go the distance in the end. I wasn't sure Eubank had enough power to put him away. But he you know, as Spencer Fearon said there in the summary, that he went out from that fourth round only looking for the stoppage, and he got it. And listen, it's his biggest fight today. He's on the biggest platform, and he got his best results so far. And I think from 4 rounds on, he looked a different fighter from the first 3 rounds. I think he looked a force. And I think against a more conventional opponent, he will look a lot better.
Great win for him. He moves to 10-0. Young fighter just starting out. Coming up next is Elliot Will.
Elliot Will, 2-0. MTK global fighter. Welterweight division. My first ever fight was back in 2008 on the Nemesis home show. I boxed a boy from Bexley. I'm quite a chilled out person, so I wasn't very nervous. I just remember walking into the ring, boxing obviously. When I got my hand raised, it was just like an unreal feeling, one that I wanted to do forever and always have that feeling.
Elliot Will is a tall southpaw with a real good boxing brain. It comes from Nemesis Boxing Clubs, over 100 amateur fights. So he can do a little bit of everything. It might be a little bit of a secret package in the welterweight division.
I think because of my level, my amateur pedigree, I'm not really looking to go to the traditional routes of the Southern Area title. I think my targets for the next couple of years is to fight for a British title.
He's been sparring partners with Luke Campbell and a lot of other pros. So when he joined the gym, it was a big honour and achievement. And I think he'll be one of them fighters that will maybe get unnoticed for a while and all of a sudden he'll burst on the scene.
I've got a big fan base and they come from Bexley. So when I'm fighting and I can hear my fans going mental, it just gives me that extra push to fight harder and stronger, making them proud and myself proud.
I mean, Elliot's boxing a fighter who's 4-0, Elliot's 2-0, which obviously, you know, gives a great fight. Two kids that just don't want to lose their unbeaten records. When he boxes, you'll see a better Elliot Wow, a bit cleverer, not so greedy with his work, a bit more patient, but also a lot more spiteful.
On fight night, you can expect to see an explosive performance, clever boxing, and I'm going to show my levels, get the job done.
And here is the tail of the tape. You can see that Elliot Well, 2-0, unbeaten so far, just at early stages of his young pro career. 3 young younger than Scotland's Cory Mcculloch, who's also unbeaten, and he normally works and trains for his fights. He's had 8 weeks to prepare for this, and you can see in his fight night weight of under 150 pounds, his lightest in the career so far, that he comes into this in real shape. We've had plenty of surprises coming out of the post-lockdown era, and I think Mcculloch is fired up for this one against Well.
Welcome back to Wakefield, England for MTK Fight Night, live on IFL TV and ESPN Plus in association with Top Rank. We come now to a welterweight contest scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds. Would you welcome to the ring firstly from our bro Scotland, Cory Mcculloch!
Interesting to see what Cory Mcculloch can do. 26-year-old from Arbroath in Scotland. He comes into this unbeaten and fought, and he is significantly lighter than before. That 8-week training camp has seen him whittled down from closer to super middleweight than this just above welter, and weighing in at sub 149 pounds. A career lightest, he's in great shape, and he caused the upset.
From Bexley in Kent, Elliot Whale!
Well, speaking of in great shape, no doubt Elliot Well is that as well. The tall, talented southpaw, loads of good sparring amateur and indeed early on in the pro ranks as well. An outstanding amateur experience that he brings to the ring. That is what he says will fast-track him in the pro ranks. Unbeaten in 2 so far. He's had a nice little taste of these pro bills on the undercard of the Golden Contract in both his first 2 fights. Intriguing to see him close up for the first time tonight.
Introducing to you firstly in the red corner, wearing black shorts trimmed with gold. He weighed in at 149 pounds. He brings to the ring a perfect professional record of 4 wins from 4 contests. From Arbroath, Scotland, Cory Mcculloch! And his opponent across the ring in the blue corner, wearing black shorts trimmed with silver. He weighed in at 150 pounds. He too brings to the ring a perfect professional record with 2 wins from 2 contests. From Bexley, Kent, Elliot Whale! Your timekeeper at the bell is Chris O'Connor of Widnes. Your referee is Mark Lyson from Liverpool. This is 6 3-minute rounds in the welterweight division.
I just want you to obey my commands, tell you to break clean, defend yourselves at all times, boys, okay? Good luck to you both. Time, please.
Here we go then. Looking forward to this one, scheduled for 6. A chance to see what Elliot Whale is up to on his return to action. Last time we saw him was back in February. It's 2 fights in the space of 3 months. Obviously, COVID period has slowed things down, but they're looking to kickstart the new season for him in some sort of style. Looking forward to seeing what he's capable of, Barry.
Yeah, it's good to see kids this early in their career. You know, they only had 6 fights between them, and both undefeated, and willing to take a little bit of a gamble. Because losing in this early in your career, unless it's a terrible loss or expose you as being not very good, and losing in it it's just a step. You know, you'll learn a lot from it.
There's no doubt, good right hand there from Mcculloch. I mentioned before, I mean, Mcculloch weighed 164 pounds when he was out in February, sort of just above, almost closer to the middleweight limit, 3 fights before that as well. But he's had a good camp coming into this, and you can see from his body shape and indeed his intention that he's fired up for this opportunity. So the question is, does he have the ability to pose Whale questions tonight? He's had a good start.
Nice sharp right hand there, and another one there from Whale. Well, Mcculloch must be thinking, I've come down in weight from super middle, and I'm boxing a guy who's the same size as the super middles.
Yeah, 6'1".
Just needs to move the head a little bit on Mcculloch when he's coming forward.
What a body shot. That wicked left hand counter as Mcculloch was coming forward. And he's going to need all of that condition and training to see it through. And he managed to get up. He hauled himself up. But he can't box on. What a wicked left hand that was. That was a terrific body shot.
Just a beautiful whip to the shot, wasn't it? It really was. Just right in the solar plex, right in the midriff, I should say.
Almost like an uppercut, wasn't it, the way he delivered it?
Oh, it's a lovely shot.
And it always seems that is such a good shot for the southpaws if they have the space and the confidence to use it.
Oh, it's a beautiful shot there, right on the button.
Tell you what, Barry, you need confidence to throw that shot when a guy's closing you down.
You do, when you're that tall, especially when your back's against the ropes. You really do, yeah. But again, Mcculloch just leaned over the front foot as well, wasn't he? So just made it a little bit easier for the Tiger to hit. But it was one much Tiger to look for. It's a well thrown shot. There's obviously something they work on as they're moving away there. For Whale, and disappointing for Mcculloch because getting stopped like that with the butt. Well, look, he's fine now, isn't he? He feels fine now, but when you get caught with those sort of shots, you can't catch your breath. There's nothing you can do.
Oh, he's paralysed, wasn't he? I mean, you could see he was up and he wanted to continue, but his body just let him down. And what a shot! What a way to get your first stoppage as a pro as well, Elliot Whale, and this is a third outing. I'll tell you what, Barry, you probably box for another 10 years. You'll do well to deliver a shot like that. Unless that's just the taste of what's to come.
Yeah, the only pity is you didn't get to have a good look at either one of them. Certainly Whale, because obviously the winner. But listen, to deliver a shot from when you've got a guy pressurising you with your back against the rope and to find space, you know, with the reach that he has to find the space for that body shot, that's good technique. And with Alan Smith in your corner, there's no shock that he's a fighter that has good technique, because obviously Alan loves his neat, clean boxers.
Well, he's got a winner in Elliot Whale. Let's get confirmation of it.
The contest came to an end after 1 minute and 57 seconds of round number 1. Your referee deeming Cory Mcculloch in no position to continue. Therefore, your winner from Bexley, Kent, Elliot Whale.
Well, that'll give him a great deal of pleasure. We'll grab a word with him now, Barry, but first knockout, 3 fights in, not bad.
No, not bad at all. And again, you know, it was a well-delivered shot. It wasn't a lucky punch. He just close his eyes and swing from the rafters. A beautiful body shot. They're always the classy punches to land, of course. And we didn't really have a good look at Whale or Mcculloch, to be honest, because of when you get caught with those body shots, they take the wind away from you. There's nothing you can do about it. But didn't panic under any sort of pressure. Looks a neat stylist. We need to see more of him, of course, and hopefully we will next time he's out. But listen, he'll take those first round stoppages every day of the week there, Alex.
Elliot, well done. We're kind of wishing we got to see more of you. You're probably absolutely delighted with that.
No, of course, I'm over the moon, to be honest. It's a step up in opponent, 4-0, do you know what I mean? And got the job done in round 1. So I think the better level I fight, the better fighters I fight, the better I'll be. So, yeah, I'm happy with that.
It looked to us to have the confidence to throw that shot when you've got a guy who's fit, he's in the best shape of his career. What was going through your mind? Talk us through it.
Well, he started off quite well, and I was a little bit like, didn't really find my rhythm straight away, but after about 30 seconds I could see him, and he was coming in quite open. I just thought I'd get him up there, and we've been working on it in the gym with Eddie, and yeah, it landed and done the business, didn't it?
So I said to Barry afterwards, you might box for another 10 years, you'll do well to land one like that.
Yeah.
I take it you can feel it, you knew as soon as you landed it?
Yeah, I knew, and I heard him groan and that, and I thought, I've got him here, that's it. Like,
first career knockout, it's not a...
Yeah, well, to be fair, as an amateur, as a senior, I was stopping people and knocking them out, but it was just them two journeymen that I've fought before, they know how to survive, and yeah, now I've got someone who's come to win, and that's what happens.
You said in the pre-fight build-up that you know, given your amateur experience, you want to be pushed, you want to be tested early on. You stand by that? What are we talking about over the course of the next year?
Yeah, definitely. Just keep fighting better opposition. Obviously, I don't need to jump into silly fights, but obviously Al, my team MTK, and that, they know what to put me forward. They know that I will fight anyone.
Fantastic. Great to get out again, isn't it, in the current climate?
Yeah, of course. With all this going on, like, I'm just happy to fight. I want to say big thanks to my sponsors, City Care, Power Bus, City Post. They've stuck by me this whole time, and yeah, they're reaping the rewards.
I'll tell you what, you've got a nice clip, a nice bit of footage to send them now on the back of that.
Yeah, and also I just want to dedicate that win there to Nemesis ABC, Tony Petty, all the other coaches that have helped me. The club recently shut down because of this COVID and that, and without them I wouldn't be here today, so thanks.
Yeah, they did great work the Petties have done there. Listen, thanks for your time, well done
Cheers,
tonight.
thank you.
Top man. What a terrific performance that was. What a shot that was. Beautiful, almost a left uppercut right through the guard, and you saw the impact of that shot almost immediately, Barry Jones. You could feel it from 20, 30 socially distanced feet away.
And again, that's one of the few positives you get from this, you know, these lockdown shows, that you hear the impact of the shot, don't you? You really do. You also hear, nothing to do with the fight, people warming up and how hard people hit the pads.
Take you back to the amateur days.
It's sort of, I'm glad I don't fight anymore, hearing some of the way some of these guys are whacking the pads.
But it reminds me of Lewis Crocker last week, some of those shots that he was hitting onto Louis Green's gloves until he eventually found the left.
It all adds the anticipation. The other guys in their cubicles, they can hear this and you think, is that my guy warming up? You know, and then you want to whack the pads, you want him to hear how hard you can hit or how fast you can punch. But that was a good performance, that was a good finish. And a first round stop, which is always great to put on your record. We didn't get to see what we wanted to see, because obviously for us we want to see a bit of skill and how good how he's progressing and how far we think he can go. We didn't get to see that today, but what we did see is that he delivers his punches very well. He doesn't panic under pressure, and for a big guy, you know, he finds a lot of space in a small space. So there's a lot of positives coming out of that, and he'll be over the moon. Who doesn't want a first round finish and then drive back home?
Absolutely right. Well, the Scotsman on the receiving end there, but coming up next because of that early finish, it gives us an opportunity to see another Scotsman coming up in action now. It's a good positive start this by Mark Mckeown against Levi Dunn, the debutant. Mckeown already with a couple of wins so far, unbeaten in 2, much like our previous fighter. And this scheduled for 6 rounds for the first time.
He's come up really nice and positive, hasn't he? Mckeown working behind the jab, keeping his shape quite well. And he's doing the right thing, because it's obviously Dunn's first fight. He's not allowed Dunn to get any sort of rhythm. He's planting his flag in the centre of the ring straight away here, Mckeown, and just put a lot of pressure here on Dunn.
He actually fought another debutant in Aberdeen back in February, Ed Harrison, who's actually now lost 3 out of his 4. It's another positive start against another inexperienced fighter here.
Nice left hook in that little exchange there from Mckeown.
You can see the eagerness of Mckeown, haven't you, to get close. Nice body shot there, right on around the belt line.
It was a lovely one. He just dipped as well. He just turned the shoulders, dipped a little bit to the left. Just put a little bit of weight on the front knee before he fired back with that uppercut. Maybe, you know, when you got a guy like Dunn there, who's constantly moving, maybe just fire that right hand to the chest. Just slow those legs down a little bit. Just stop the target before you let go with that whipping left hook.
I'm trying to keep his shape. Mckeown. Now there's a nice right hander again from him.
Probably about a few inches off really from really having a big impact there, but it was a lovely sharp shot.
It's been a nice positive start. Good body work there from Mckeown. Actually, now having rushed his work maybe a little bit through the first sort of minute or so, just over-eager and enthusiastic on his return to action, he just settled in, thinking about his shape a bit more.
It's got clipped there, but that's because really most of the things from Dunn there is trying to be unorthodox here, Dunn, trying to be a little bit of a jack in the box, but once he steps forward with that front foot there, Mckeown, he's reaching the target quite comfortable. It's a good little start here, good first round from him.
Good positive start that from Mark Mckeown. First fight since February, had 2 fights in 3 months. Made his debut on that Lee McGregor Cash Farouk bill that we saw up in Glasgow. What a night that was.
I can't remember that. Was that any good?
It was all right. It was all right. Terrific scrap. How we'd love to see that replayed further down the line. McGregor, of course, in action in this very ring a week ago. Looking good.
Very good. But so Mckeown there, I think you're right after that first sort of 30 seconds of trying to really stamp his authority and rushing some of his work. He settled down nicely, picked his shots really well, but still kept that aggressive streak and still kept plenty of pressure on Dunn, who hasn't really been able to establish anything at the minute. Trying to be a bit tricky, trying to let those hands go, but maybe just lack a little technique here from Dunn. He needs to try and get that jab into play if he can.
Into round 2 then. Levi Dunn, the debutant in the black and red, and he was just clipped there early in the second round. Long way to go here.
I think it was a good jab, but I think it was more to do with Dunn just squaring his feet and throwing out that he throws his shots wide here, Dunn. Good right hand there though from Mckeown.
Well, he sensed he hurt him, Mckeown, and he latched straight onto him.
He's looking good, isn't he? Nice and neat style, keeps his elbows in nice and tight, keeps his shape really well. And that's what you look for, especially early in your career. It's about keeping your composure, how you look. Or composure, even if you're dominating the fight, you don't get too wild and look scrappy, because as you go kind of the ladder, the more experienced fighters, they'll capitalise on silly mistakes you make. Good habits are the best way forward, of course.
And this match actually made just inside the super feather limit. He actually turned pro last November just over the featherweight limit, Mckeown, but I think on these sort of comeback fights, quite a few of the matches just made sensibly a few pounds above what's going to be the fighting weight going forward.
Told to get moving now. Faster. Round the ring, let's go. Feet, moving your legs, come on.
Trying to keep the constant change of direction here, Dunn, just trying to keep Mckeown guessing. We just can't, just trying to stop Mckeown from mounting a real serious attack here. Just constant change of direction, just helping him out a little, because technique from Dunn is a little bit poor. A little bit wild with some of the shots.
Oh, Oh, lovely uppercut. A little bit of uncertainty from Dunn, taking some heavy shots now with a minute to go in the second. He's uncertainty when to punch and when to move right now.
And what was good there from Mckeown, because then when Dunn held, rather than trying to throw him off, he turned him first, then he threw him off. Nice long left hook there as well from Mckeown. Hasn't given Dunn the second rest here, has he?
Yeah, he's been all over him right from the start, to be honest. It's been a positive first couple of rounds from Mckeown. His corner asking him to target the body now.
Just neglecting the jab a little bit here in the last sort of third of this round here. There's still a good round there from Mckeown, boxing really nicely.
Yeah, I think he's just starting to get through to Dunn as well. A little shake of the head from Dunn on his way back to the corner. Breathing heavily, Dunn too. Starting to make an impact now, I think, Mckeown.
See, that shot was a lovely jab there from Mckeown, but I think it looked worse because just see there, he's just trying to bowl the shots over there, Dunn, and then caught really squared foot. But Mckeown here got a nice style, keeps his shape well, and not panicking when all those unorthodox shots are coming from Dunn.
Bring on back up. Look at the hooks up. 10 seconds, guys. This one.
Into round three then. And Mark Mckeown slowly chipping away at debutant Levi Dunn. Just sense that he was starting to make an impact towards the end of that round. Lovely good straight body shot. That's what the corner were asking for in the previous 3 minutes. Oh, nice little uppercut that from Dunn.
Got a block and counter here, or catch and counter, I guess is a new way of saying it now. But when he blocks with the right hand, rather than throw the left hand, because Dunn's always moving, just he knows on that side there. So block with the right hand, fire that right hand straight away, and same with the left. Block with the left and throw the left hook. That'll just stop Dunn there from moving away every time he throws the shot. He's blocking with one hand, hitting with the other, which is the traditional way of doing it, but I think if he blocks and hits with the same hand.
I think in this round, Dunn has just settled into his role, hasn't he? I think he's felt the power, and he's very much on his bike throughout the first minute and a half of this one.
But then that's Mckeown's job to close that gap down, isn't it? And stop those escape routes, use the footwork, the hunt him down, get him in those corners and work away.
And he struggled to do that.
Well, he hasn't panicked, I think. I don't think he's worried about it because nothing's coming back, and now he's starting to produce a bit of work here now at the end of the round.
And again, tearing into that body, and Dunn grateful for the rest up close. Now the left goes through the middle from Mckeown.
Good shot there from Dunn, and then just dipping below the return counter there from Mckeown.
Very gentlemanly that was from Levi Dunn. Sorry, sir, he says to the referee.
He literally just became my favourite fighter.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. We wish him well, but it's getting a bit harder for him, and they're just manhandled by Mckeown. Spent a lot of energy, hasn't he, in this round? Dunn just trying to negate the onslaught. Oh, that's a good body shot, gets through there from Mckeown again.
I was going to say it, but he stayed safe, hasn't he, for most of it. It's good there from Mckeown, showing a bit of physical strength. Nice little body shot there as well from Mckeown. But he has stopped using the jab for sort of a round and a half now, Mckeown.
And perhaps because he feels there's just nothing coming back and he can take a few risks. Into round 4 then. You wish him well, Levi Dunn, don't you, after that sportsman-like gentlemanly conduct in the 3rd round. But the job's getting a bit harder for him, and the way that Mark Mckeown was tearing into the body through that 3rd round.
That's better. See, because once he lands with the jab, he knows he can land with that right hand. Then you touch the target, you know exactly where he is, and you can fire right through there with that stronger right hand.
Well, Dunn is sort of clinging on. He might get a warning. Yeah, Mark Ellison giving him a warning. He actually turned, and a few cheap shots there from Mckeown. He's frustrated that he was being held on the other side. The referee spotted it though.
Good body shot.
Yeah, that left hand really did drive into the ribcage on the side of Dunn's body.
Using a few tricks here, Mckeown. Did you see him use that shoulder there? Just a little nudge there with the left shoulder just to get a bit of space.
Oh, that was a double right hand, wasn't it? One over the top and then an uppercut as well. Oh, he's getting through another right hand. That's 3 in succession from Mckeown.
And a body shot as well there from Mckeown. So good shots there, good shot selection, placing them in lovely. So twisting and turning here, isn't he, Dunn? Just trying to take the sting off some of these shots the best he can.
Oh, huge right hand. Left leg just stiffened there for Dunn. Mckeown getting through. It's his biggest round so far. And there's another left. Goes through the middle. It's the body attack, and then, Barry, that's paved the way for the right-hand assault.
It's been nice, hasn't it, so far? He's not rushing any of his work. He's staying nice and calm. It's a good shot again.
Another right hand gets through. Oh, and a huge uppercut. And it is just relentless now through this 2 minutes of the 4th. And you can see Levi Dunn, he was just bowled over, but he's getting weary and tired.
Oh, body shot.
Another left hand. That side of the body will be red and sore in the morning. And the referee's seen enough. Well, it's a shake of the head from Levi Dunn, but that was getting harder and tougher and more painful. And I don't think that's a bad stoppage at all.
Well, not at all. What about just before he was bowled over, there was a right uppercut from Mckeown. Just seen it, just on the blind side of the referee. It's a lovely right uppercut. And that's what that was what I think where Dunn thought, oh, I'm not sure if I need any more of this. And then he got bowled, he looked to hold on, he got bowled to the floor, and that maybe felt like a respite, but I think the referee knew that he was in trouble, and then when Mckeown jumped on him, I think that's a right stoppage. In your debut fight, when you haven't won a second of any round. But what I could before, I like Mckeown. I thought that was a really good display from him. Nice and controlled, measured in a lot of his work for a young man early in his career. Yeah, I was impressed.
And as he goes through the ranks, he won't have to look for so many of his opponents, and he maybe won't have to put his foot to the floor, but he did that. That's what you like to see, and it's a first career stoppage for him too as well. Now, admittedly, he's beaten 2 debutants in his first 3 fights, so it's very shallow water that he's swimming in at the start of his career, as is so often the case, but it's the way, Barry, they went about it, particularly in that 4th round.
But is that any worse than boxing guys who don't win any fights? I think it was okay. I enjoyed the watch. I thought it was really good.
Levi Dunn in no position to continue. Therefore, your winner from Coatbridge, Scotland, Mark Sparky Mckeown.
And you may just see McKeown's wearing a T-shirt. The guy on that T-shirt is Rab Bannon, legend of West Coast amateur boxing. It took Ricky Burns early on in his career towards the success that he enjoyed later as a world champion, and lost lately to this life. All our thoughts with him. Well done, though, to Mckeown, who's up and running. Welcome back live. We bring you the action here on ESPN Plus and IFL TV. Looking forward to our top fights, and that means we get to see Padraig Mccrory back in action. He'll be keen to get going. The hammer likes to throw the big shots. He had that fantastic win over Steve Collins Jr., didn't he? A couple of fights ago on the Mick Falls Park, Bill.
He did, and he looked really good. And I think, again, he was a fighter when we first seen him that you could see the potential he had. We weren't quite sure if he wasn't always getting it quite right. But I think in the Collins fight, he stepped up a different level. Against a guy who really came to win, a real strong guy, and he looked really good. And I think he's sort of shown now a route of potential that he could possibly be. We don't know how far it's going to go, of course, not get carried away. But he's looked a lot. Since that fight, I think that fight showed him as a much better fighter than, to be honest, I gave him credit for at the time. So yeah, that was a joy. That was a surprise joy for me to see him perform so well.
And I know that his pal and gym mate, Lewis Crocker, who of course starred, and there's no doubt he did put in a stellar performance last week. I think that has definitely buoyed Mccrory ahead of this one. He's geared up for it, as we'll find out.
Padraig Mccrory, 10-0 from Belfast. I think it's always been there, because my dad boxed as well, so it's always been there. I stopped boxing for 4 years, but I just couldn't say I'm done. It was like train a wee bit here, train a bit there, and then at 27, I fought in the Ulster Elites, and I won them. And from then, it's just moved forward, and now I'm here. He was a very good pro. He was 11-0, and he's a very steady fighter. So he's passed some of what he has on the mind, and I think it's working well with what I already have.
From I've started coaching him, the improvements he's made has been unbelievable. Paddy would have tried to focus on his big punch a lot of time, but now you just want to see Paddy and putting on another boxing masterclass.
I'm 32, I'm 10-0. On that basis, it shows that it's the biggest fight of my career. It's the most important fight of my career. If I win this fight, it pushes me on to bigger and better things.
Here is our tale off the tape. You can see the Belfast man, Mccrory, 2 years older than Mickey Ellison, who's an inch taller. Both of them are coming in just slightly above the super middleweight. We'll give them a couple of pounds. These first fight backs post-lockdown, getting people busy and back in action. Another test for Mccrory, who's taking a rise up through the ranks. Looking forward to seeing the latest instalment of his journey.
Welcome welcome back to Wakefield, England for MTK Fight Night, live on IFL TV and ESPN Plus in association with Top Rank. We come now to a super middleweight contest scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds of action. Would you welcome to the ring firstly, from Darwen, Mickey Ellison. His opponent from Belfast, Padraig, the Hammer, Mccrory.
Here comes Padraig Mcrory. He's been on these ESPN Plus bills each of his last 3 occasions. Of course, fought 2 fights ago last summer in the Falls Park on that undercard. Got some TV exposure in that excellent win against Steve Collins Jr. What was a bit of a grudge match. He was out in February again, good 6-rounder against the experienced journeyman and terrific character Louis Van Pooch as well. Sometimes the showreel highlight power that he's got maybe sometimes gets in the way of his boxing. Looking to see if he can settle down tonight in this scheduled 8-rounder against Mickey Ellison.
Introducing to you firstly in the red corner in white and gold shorts, he weighed in at 168 pounds. From 14 professional bouts, his record reads 12 wins and just 2 defeats. 4 wins coming by way of knockout. From Darwen, Mickey Ellison. And his opponent across the ring in the blue corner, wearing black and green shorts, he weighed in at 170 pounds. He brings to the ring a perfect professional record of 10 wins from 10 contests, 4 wins coming by way of knockout. He's the reigning Celtic super middleweight champion from Belfast, Padraig, the Hammer, Mccrory. Your timekeeper at the bell is Chris O'Connor of Widnes. Your referee is Mark Lyson from Liverpool. This is 8 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division.
Okay, boys, spoken all the rules. I want you to obey my commands, tell you to break clean, defend yourselves at all times, boys. Good luck to you both.
Good matchup you can see between them, size-wise, height, reach, etc. Padraig Mcrory as yet unbeaten. And he's certainly been tested through his career. Barry, you and I have seen plenty of Mccrory as well. A bit of a highlight, knockout spree through 2017, 2018, where it was round 1, round 2, left, right and centre. He nearly produced another one in an all-Irish affair against Sean McGlinchey as well. Big left hook in that one. Eventually saw the distance out over 4 rounds. Now that was back in 2018. Last few fights he's been going the distance, maybe just starting to settle down behind his boxing.
Yes, the power is everything, isn't it? Quite a lot of the time, but also you have to hone those skills. Without those, someone could take your shots and you have nothing else in your locker, of course.
There's no doubt that the Collins fight was posing him problems until he turned it all around in the second half, and he got that 8th round stoppage as well, which was a career high for him on that. Oh, he's hurt him there. The power already getting through, and he's going after him. Mccrory, another big left hand. Oh, there's a long way to go here. Just under 2 minutes of the first. Oh, huge right hand there from Padraig Mcrory. And up against the ropes, and Mark Lyson has waved it all off. It was a huge right hand that finished the job, and Mccrory's power is back. Wow, and look what it means to him. And actually you could still see the effect that punch had on Mickey Ellison, who's still on unsteady legs, and they're just getting him to sit down on the stool, take his time. Talk us through it, Barry.
Well, he just didn't allow Ellison into the fight, did he? He came out really positive. Once he landed with that big right hand, that's a great shot, the second one. And I was just about to say, just before that, he needs to maintain his distance, but he did. Once he landed with that right hand, didn't get too close, over-eager, kept that distance and made sure he got full extension with that long right hand, and it was a beautiful shot to finish it off, and obviously the referee had no choice to wave it off. That was the correct move, of course, there. But he didn't allow Ellison into the fight from the offset, to be fair. He came straight down, positive, took the centre of the ring, moved him back with a big right hand to start the fight off pretty much, and then that was sort of the pattern for the rest of the round.
I think the power's there, Barry. We've seen it right from day one in his career. He doesn't have to go looking. I think speed is the thing with Mccrory, didn't he? We didn't have enough time to start talking about it. That's the one thing that that sort of sharpness in speed is the thing I think he needs to get into his game. But the punch power, he does not have to work on at all. And there he's posing. Well, let's bring in Spencer Fearon for some reaction to that. Everybody loves a puncher, Spence, and there's no doubt that this guy's got it.
Boy, has he? But you know what I really liked about him? It was the way he was setting up for the right hand, because he didn't just go out guns blazing. He was throwing neat jabs to the body, like to lower down the guard of Ellison, and then he came over the top. So he's not rushing it. He believes in his punching power, but even though he believes in his punching power, he doesn't run out like a madman. And I have to rate him. He's got very, very good ability, and boy, what a fighter for MTK Global.
Oh, and up against the guy in Mickey Ellison, you know, he's fought for area titles. He beat the previous unbeaten Charlie Schofield around about this time last year. He's been in 10 rounders. He's been tested. He was blown away inside a couple of minutes by Mccrory. Devastating performance. Let's get confirmation of it now with Phil.
The contest came to an end after 1 minute and 10 seconds of round number 1. Your winner by technical countout from Belfast, Padraig, the Hammer Mccrory.
He's a good guy, Mccrory, and you can see how much time he has there for Ellison. He moves to 11-0, Barry. That's 5 stoppages along the way. Great couple of weeks for D. Walsh and the team. He was in the corner with Lewis Crocker. Spectacular he was with a devastating knockout this time last week. And lo and behold, his chum, Padraig Mccrory's done exactly the same.
He's won up Crocker there, hasn't he, with that first round finish. But again, I think what Spencer was right. He's throwing the left hand low to lower the guard, so he can throw the nice long right. And again, not rushing his work. The technique's really good. Look at that. That's the. Again, it's all about, you get too close there, and that right hand stunted. It doesn't have the same effect. He kept maintained that distance through that right hand, turn from the waist, really extended with that right hand. And Ellison, there's nothing you can do when you get caught with a shot like that. So great performance there by Mccrory, really is.
You've just had a chance to take a look at the highlights, Padraig. It didn't take very long, in truth. That was pretty spectacular. What a performance. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel great. I feel a bit bad on Mickey. Mickey's a very good guy. And he was coming here to win. But it was good to get it done early.
We've always said, we've seen your career right from the very start, myself and Barry Jones, and we've always said, and we keep repeating it, the power's there. You kind of don't have to go looking for it. It's the other parts of your game that you can develop. Is that how you feel, and what is the stuff you've been working on?
Yeah, definitely. So this is my first camp with Dunn Anderson, and I feel like I'm getting much better and stronger, and I think it showed tonight.
We saw Lewis Crocker look pretty spectacular last week. Is that's not a, if you've got that kind of vibe going on between you, that's not bad at all, is it?
No, it's great in the gym, man. It's great sparring, and Lewis is he's a class fighter, and he punches as well. So it's good to have that in the gym.
I think you might have got bragging rights tonight, mate.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So that moves you into double figures.
Yeah.
I mean, you're into your early 30s now. Obviously, we're coming out of this climate where everybody wants to get out. So it's just great for you to get out again. But what are you excited about? What do you want in the course of the next year?
I have all belief in Jimmy Collin and in the team. So in boxing, it's all timing, and I just hope that my next fight's the right fight at the right time.
Excellent. Well done tonight, mate. That's another one for the showreel.
My wife's aunt, she died in a terrible accident, and that's for her.
Oh, we're sorry to hear that. We're sorry to hear that. Spectacular tonight. Really well done.
Cheers.
What a performance. What a performance. And often in boxing, I bet, Barry, we see it time and time again. First thing he comes out and says is, sorry to do that to to Mickey Ellison. It's the game, but it says a little bit about Padraig Mcrory as well, doesn't it?
It's the way of the sport where you get in the ring and you want to punch them out of each other, but you have so much respect for each other after that. And Padraig's a lovely guy. He's shown that. If you've never seen him before, that interview alone shows how much of a nice guy he is. But in the ring, he's not so nice. And he showed that as well. And I think, but again, it's better technique, and I think his technique's getting better. And it's not just raw power. It's no technique. You need more technique, especially if you're not. If you're super fast like Nigel Benn was coming forward, don't know what you throw because you're so fast and ferocious that you'll land. But when you're not like that, when you're a bit more slow and more deliberate with your work, you have to have good technique to get close, good to deliver the shots. And that last right hand was perfect. The distance was right.
Right on the end of the
right. When all the power was on the end, people think it's here. The power was right on the end of the shot when it fully extends. And that's where he got him. And it was just like a sledgehammer hitting on the chin. And listen, Ellison couldn't show how good he was. He wasn't allowed into the fight.
No, not at all. And that is because of the power of Padraig. Spectacular stuff. We've had some knockouts tonight, haven't we? Back to back. And lo and behold, we thought it was going to be the big men, about the light heavyweights, which is coming up next. We thought that might be the fight tonight that would steal the show. There's still time yet because we've got Azeez defending his English light heavyweight title coming up against Andre Sterling. Little bit of bubble and enmity in the build-up to this one.
This camp's been slightly different, but not to the extent where it's made a huge impact on my training. We're able to train in the gym now and get a little routine in, but we've got the Peacock lads here so we can spar them and stuff like that. But yeah, it's been all right, to be fair.
Andre's camp has been tough. It's a real hard camp. He's going to be in the best shape he can be for Dan Azeez. So Dan, we're coming for you.
Well, every fighter's got to believe they're going to win. Otherwise, what's the point of them being in the game? We're just as confident as them, and that's all that really matters, is that we're confident that we know what we're doing.
Listen, I predict it's going to be between around 6 and 8 is going. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he doesn't go past 10. I'll be very upset if it does.
He hasn't even done that. He hasn't even done a proper 10-rounder. Who's he fought? Who's he fought? You know what I'm saying? So we've got to put that into account. And he knows it's a tough fight. We spar many rounds, and he hasn't got close to stopping me. You know what I'm trying to say? If anything, it's more the other way around.
I just think he's a clown. I know, and deep down he knows the belt stay with me.
I'm coming to do the business, and I'm more than likely going to stop him.
Let him concentrate on himself. I'm concentrating on myself, and may the best man win. I'm totally confident in myself, so yeah, that's, it is what it is. Tune in, September 2nd, IFL TV, ESPN. Watch me, Dan Azeez, defend my English title and still.
Always beautifully poised. Here is the tail of the tape. You can see nudging into his 30s now, the champion. Dan Azeez unbeaten in 11. He's on a spree of knockouts as well, defending this belt for the first time against Andre Sterling, who has perhaps the richer pedigree in terms of assignments and the competition and the company that he's been keeping. Couple of years younger, both bang on the way, both trained for the minute, and it is what they're calling the Battle of Lewisham. They both hail from the same area of southeast London. At times they've shared the same gym and indeed the same ring in sparring. They know each other well, and they're promising fireworks. Both belief in themselves about how this one is going to turn out. We can't wait. Let's welcome them now. Let's get it on. Let's bring them to the ring with Phil.
Welcome back to Wakefield, England for MTK Fight Night, live on IFL TV and ESPN Plus in association with Top Rank. We come now to our chief supporting contest, 10 3-minute rounds for the English light heavyweight title. We welcome to the ring firstly the challenger from London, Andre Showtime Sterling!
Well, Andre Sterling is brimming with confidence, and that comes perhaps twofold. One, the confidence in the sparring victories, inverted commas, that he perceives he enjoyed during his time taking on Dan Azeez in training, and one from the competition that he's been keeping. And not once, twice, but 3 times he's been in with British title challengers. Now, he has tasted defeat against 2 of those, and indeed he's been on the seats of his pants against all 3 of them. He's had rocky moments, faced difficult times and difficult opponents. He feels that experience will stand him stead tonight against Dan Azeez, who he says is yet untested in the same way.
And now we welcome the champion from London, Super Dan Azeez!
Good, getting better. I think the report card would read over the last year and a half for Dan Azeez, I think it's fair to say, and that has seen him go from a neat and technical boxer, good jab, does lots of things well, to suddenly a little bit of power and explosivity creeping into his game. So much so, 4 stoppages in his last 5. The only time he's gone the distance was when he won this title back in December. That was on the Golden Contract light heavyweight to Bill at Brentwood, and he beat Lawrence Sueco, who was then unbeaten, to take the title. There he is in his almost retro 70s, 80s style get-up. He does love the old style boxing, and he said, well, let's stand in centre ring and bang out to Andre Sterling. Let's see if they're as good as their word at the start of this one.
Promoter Lee Eaton for MTK Global, live on IFL TV and ESPN Plus, in association with Top Rank, proudly presents 10 3-minute rounds for the English light heavyweight title. Your representative from the British Boxing Board of Control is Dennis Gilmartin. Your 3 scoring judges at ringside are Phil Edwards of Preston, Terry O'Connor of Birmingham, and Mark Lyson of Liverpool. Your timekeeper at the bell is Chris O'Connor of Widnes, and your referee, the 3rd man in the ring when the action gets underway, is A-star referee Howard Foster of Doncaster. They are the officials. It's time now to meet the boxers. We begin in the red corner, wearing black shorts trimmed with red. He weighed in at 174 pounds. From 13 professional contests, his record boasted 11 wins and just 2 defeats, 4 wins coming by way of knockout. He's a former Southern Area light heavyweight champion. This evening, he is the challenger from London, Andre Showtime Sterling! And the champion in the blue corner, wearing burgundy shorts, he too weighed in at 174 pounds. He brings to the ring a perfect professional record of 11 wins from 11 contests, 7 wins coming by way of knockout. He's the reigning and defending English light heavyweight champion from London, Super Dan Azeez! Referee Howard Foster will now give both boxers their final instructions.
Okay, fellas, spoke to you both in the dressing room. We both know what I expect. Keep it clean, break straight away when told. Both of you watch your heads in close. Good luck to you both. Touch gloves. Good luck, lads.
Good match, this. 2 guys who have prepared well for it, both brimming with confidence. They both feel they know each other well and well enough to defeat the other. Who's going to back up the talk? What would you say, Barry, the keys to victory are for both men tonight?
Well, again, I think again, because there's been such a heated sort of build-up, it's about who keeps their composure the best, I feel, who keeps a lid on the emotions. Obviously now it's tentative, but in a minute it's going to catch fire, and if you can keep your shape under pressure, or when you're in that real firefight, when the things are swinging wild, if you can keep your shape, when the other guy's swinging like a lunatic because he really wants to hurt you, then there's a good chance you might come out on top.
Only a couple of fights between them in terms of experience, but it does feel like Sterling has just been in the slightly deeper waters, taking on the likes of Liam Conroy. He was in trouble early, wasn't he, against Conroy? You know what a puncher he is into the semi-finals of the Golden Contract, coming up in about 3 or so weeks' time. Look at the eyes of Sterling, wide in concentration.
Good jab there from Azeez. I was going to say Sterling's the one doing the face, but I think a feint now for Azeez would work well, because Sterling's really looking to let that left hand go. You can see he's almost really tense with it, so I think a little feint goes that lead, and then that right hand there as he threw will find a home.
Jab through the early part of his career has definitely been his punch, Azeez. Always worked everything off that lead left hand.
Good jab again there from Azeez.
And up and down, head then body. Head's just a little close there as they both launch their attacks at the same time.
Just neither one wanting to make a real mistake, is there? It's just a tend to see there from both.
Oh! Huge exchange there in centre ring. Little nod of approval from Azeez, who seemed to land the cleaner shots.
And again there, nice little short right hand from Azeez. Just Sterling there, just broke that back foot, forward, squared himself up there.
Just sends through the first moments here that just a bit more composure in the work of Azeez. Sterling looks really keyed up and wired up for this. Big right hand again. There's another one from Azeez. I think he's just settled down behind his boxing, particularly that jab through this first round. Terrific start that was. Dan Azeez. Brian O'Shaughnessy in his corner with the instructions. What did you make of that first start, Barry?
Yeah, I think there was nothing in it, nothing at all in it, literally for halfway through. I just think then, just the fact that Azeez just kept his shape a little bit better, and I think that landed with a few more jabs, and then that one good right hand was probably enough to sway it his way. But yeah, Sterling looks a little bit like he has a little less guile than Azeez, but I'm not quite sure. Just how he sets up makes maybe a little bit less tidier than Azeez, but can still be effective there. Sterling just needs to find that distance with the jab.
Seconds out. Round two.
Into round two then. This one for the English light heavyweight title. Current possession of Dan Azeez in the maroon and white. And positive start coming out at the beginning of this round from Sterling.
That's a left hook there from Sterling.
Well, we know how tough Sterling is, Barry. He's faced difficult moments in each of his last 3 encounters. Down against Conroy, midway through that one. Down against Richards as well, who also, like Conroy, fought for the British title. So did Ricky Summers, who had Sterling down early on in the second round of their 10-rounder last summer.
There's a good jab there from Sterling. Really pushed through the target with it.
Sterling knows about difficult moments, trying to get through with the left hand again. And he's trying to get on the front foot, trying to get off first with his shots through the first minute.
So tense, isn't he, Sterling?
Yeah, you can, Barry, without the crowd, you can hear his breathing through the first couple of rounds. That's what I said in the first. He seems really keyed up. He's so concentrated. And if this one is going to go some rounds, maybe that nervous tension will come into play. What he has done before, Sterling, is go 10 and indeed 12 rounds in good company.
Again, decent little jab there from Sterling. Azeez just waiting a little bit too long here. Good right hand though there from Dan Azeez.
Yeah, partially blocked that by Sterling. Maybe having a better round through the first couple of minutes.
Oh, good right hand though back there from Sterling. I don't think it carried much weight, but just dipped the head and found the home for it.
Yeah, and there was a little short right counter, not for the first time from Azeez. There it goes again. Always coming back with that counter, Azeez.
Come on, let him out. Break, step out. One step
No
out.
doubt Sterling's
Time out.
holding on.
Time out, over there. Cut the holding out. Okay? Box on.
Well, I think you could make out what we just pointed out. Good body shot that from Sterling. It's about the first time we've seen the jab of Azeez in this round. Again, Sterling just clenching those elbows to restrict Azeez up close.
Gotta be careful with that now, isn't he? So early to be warned. Good body shot from Azeez there. Lovely left hook.
Yeah, better round, it's slightly busier round that from Sterling. Ah, there's a cut. Left eye, there you can see Sterling.
Take a deep breath and hold your breath.
That could very well be a shot, but they've clashed heads so close. They've been getting so close together that I wouldn't be overly shocked if it was a clash of heads. Got a good right hands there from Sterling. A nice little body from Azeez, sorry, a nice little body shot, and then Sterling looking to hold.
It's caught from a clash of heads, okay?
You may just have heard that clash of heads. I think the referee suggesting that cut caused by.
You can get to the side, chop to the body. Yeah. You can get to the side, slip and chop to the body. Yeah. Keep them straight.
10 seconds, corners. Seconds out. Round 3.
Into round 3. It was a better round from Sterling. Was it enough to bring him level on the cards? We'll see.
A good short right hand there from Azeez. That was good from Azeez there, just tucked it nice and tight there. Then Sterling just brought a bit of steam a little bit, but nothing really landed, and then just chopped in a little short right hand.
Keeping shape well, Azeez, isn't he?
He is, but I still like to see him just start using that jab a little bit more, be a little bit more proactive with that left hand.
Well, he just runs the risk. He can be outworked. Well, there's that jab that was so good for him. You'd like to see him get it off a bit more, try and take control with it.
I'd also like to see Sterling throw a double jab, because he steps behind it, so there's weight on it. But if he can push Azeez back, that's a bit better there, but a little bit more stamp on the front foot when he does it. Just to push Azeez back, put him on the back foot a little bit, and then throw that right hand over the top.
Right, step back. Step back straight away. Straight away. Hold on.
Swinging away to the body, Sterling.
But again, though, that good form there from Azeez, just naturally blocking the shot there, because he keeps those elbows tucked in nice and tight all the time.
He is breathing heavily. But that's Sterling.
Just his way, I guess, isn't it? He's still looking nice and as sharp as he could be. Nice little right hand there from Sterling. Not much weight behind it again, though, but still finding a home after that double jab.
A couple of body shots bordering on low, but he's throwing more, Sterling. I think it's fair to say, however you view those in terms of effective, tidy, or otherwise, he's letting it go. Oh, there's that jab. Such a solid, accurate punch from Azeez.
But not used enough from him.
No, I completely agree. As I said about a minute ago, I think it's the sort of punch you can control a fight with.
Better from Azeez here, using the jab there and trying to push Sterling back. But it's been Sterling really forcing the pace, hasn't it, for the last couple of rounds.
And he's, oh, nice right hand there from Sterling too, up close. A different way of going about this from both those fighters, and he's just hustling, isn't he, last couple of rounds, Sterling. Hustling and bustling and working his way into the fight. 3 down we are. Time now then to check in with our man Spencer Fearing. How are you seeing it, Spencer?
Do you know what? I gave the first 2 rounds to Azeez. I thought he did a better work through really good uppercuts on the inside right hands. But then it was like Barry Jones was saying, oh, I think Sterling should be throwing double jabs. And I think Sterling heard him because we're in this close confined center. And Sterling starts to throw double jabs. And off of the double jabs, he was coming with good right hands. And it seems like Sterling's now getting more relaxed because I was very, very impressed with his body attack. So I gave that round to Sterling.
Thanks to Spencer for now. We'll check in again.
Round 4.
Sterling getting himself back into the fight as we head into the 4th. No doubt he was busier in that 3rd. The 2nd was also close. And the cut that he endured in that 2nd round, I don't think it looks the sort of cut that's going to be a problem to him. We'll see.
Left hook to the body there from Sterling.
And the worry for Azeez would be that he just allows himself to be outworked here, Barry. Whether he's banking on Sterling, maybe running out of a little bit of puff, I don't know, but he might just have to busy himself.
Good right hand there though from Azeez here, just to dip a little bit lower, took the little step across. Just found a little different angle there for the shot.
And as, of course, in fights like this, it might be that some people view, so less is more. Sort of accurate, sharp jabs and fewer punches of Azeez, or just the body of work and the busyness of Sterling. That seems to be the flavour of it so far through the first 3.5.
Getting a little bit too close there, Sterling. It was the right idea, it sort of dipped inside and went to work on the body, but it was a little bit too close. It's a good right hand there from Azeez.
And again, just have to be careful of this. That's the 2nd time he's had to be warned.
You end up losing points, you understand? Cut it out, okay? Over there.
Well, that's the 2nd warning. I think that's it. It's loud and clear for everyone, particularly Andre Sterling. Well, suddenly they are banging it out in the centre, as Dan Azeez was asking for in the head-to-head yesterday.
Oh, good right hand there from Azeez.
Yeah, it was a clash of right hands, wasn't it?
Took it well though, Sterling, because he fired back straight away.
Who's this firefight going to suit better?
Pull down, don't pull down.
An interesting tactic that from Azeez. As soon as he had the warning, Sterling, Azeez was right onto him. Whether he was trying to force him into a situation where he had to hold, or otherwise I don't know, or whether he just wanted to emphasise the point.
Nice short right hand again there from Azeez. The left hook though from the body there from Sterling.
He's warming up, giving it a lash, isn't it? It is warming up.
He's got his ground already, and you're giving him time to rest.
What, do you want this or not? Yeah, well, you ain't showing like you do. Breathe up, take a deep breath, come on.
Well, that's the voice of Brian Lawrence, who's in there with Ray Doyle, Jimmy Sheldon, the cut men as well. Let's just listen in.
Take a deep breath, deep breath. Take one deep breath and hold it.
The state can hold
Sharp with the jab. I want to see sharper work. Yeah?
10 seconds, corners.
He wants to break off the rest.
A little bit of everything there from Brian Lawrence. The motivation, how much do you want this? To be fair, if you've seen, if we've just watched what's unfolded through the last few rounds, I think you can sense how much this means to Andre Sterling, but he just wants to keep him up to his work, and just a gentle reminder about the holding in there too. What did you think, Barry? That fourth round, the cleaner work of Azeez?
Yeah, I think for me, my preference was Azeez there in that fourth round.
I must admit, the second, which I thought was close, I just gave to Sterling, but wouldn't disagree with Barry or Spencer. May have seen it differently. Either way, it's pretty tight as we move into the second half.
That was good. Just a second ago there from Azeez, from Sterling. Sorry, as he moved back there and Azeez went into the attack, he just popped that left hand out, and Azeez walked right onto it.
Oh, nice right. And there's the left hook as well. Coming in, back comes Azeez though.
Bit of work there from Sterling, wasn't it? I still think he's getting a little bit too close. He's got really long arms, and I think he's getting a little bit close and smothered in some of his work. Good shot.
Oh, that is a fair play to Azeez. He took it well. That beckons in Sterling too.
Good body shot there from Azeez. A lovely left hook to the body. But the right hand there from Sterling was a beautiful shot.
And all the while you're watching this and wondering down the stretch, what's going to be the thing? What's going to be the tell? What is going to be, or what will be the significant factors? Another nice right hand getting through from Sterling.
See, Azeez looks the neater when they're working, but actually I think the more effective shots so far in this round have been from Andre Sterling.
For the first time, Azeez on the front foot. There's no doubt they both want it. We knew that before. We've had it confirmed tonight.
The right hand there from
and now it's Azeez trying to... Well, he says, let's bang it out at the start, didn't he? Now he's meeting far with far. This is an interesting change in the play towards the end of the fifth.
I'll keep those hands up coming forward, though, Dan Azeez.
And all the while he's becking him on, starting to talk to Sterling. A little bit of strength and motivation and power and will coming to bear now. There's a big effort. That's a huge, huge final minute and a half there from Dan Azeez.
I don't think it's the cut that's an issue. I think there's a welt, just a little welt underneath the cut that's going to be causing some issue with the vision there for Andre Sterling. He started the round off so well, but then once Azeez took that good shot, he sort of lit a fire under him, didn't he, really? And he really forced the pace and finished the round much stronger.
Yeah, there was that moment. Up until that point, he was losing the round, and then there was that strong surge, and he really did.
Oh, it's a great little setup there, just almost like feinting that long left hook there, and then fighting through that right hand right through the guard from Sterling, but then he didn't really capitalise on it.
And did you sort of feel bad? It was the same again. It was a round that Sterling was winning, and then suddenly Azeez.
I think so for me. You can see the welt underneath it, underneath that cut. That's going to be the issue.
Yeah, still a little bit of blood dripping out of that as well. And suddenly it's just swollen up, isn't it? Is that going to affect the vision? Is it going to worsen and maybe affect the fight? just a little statement, wasn't it? Second half of that 5th round from Azeez. There's knockdown. Wow, I thought he was just off balance. Sterling, another big moment. He kind of nods his head, whether that's disappointment or frustration at the call. We'll get a chance to see that in between rounds, perhaps. But that's a significant moment at a time when maybe the fight was just going the way of Azeez.
But it wasn't a shot where I don't think he was hurt. He got caught swinging. I didn't actually see him get caught, to be honest, but he was obviously, it was the back to us, but obviously he's swinging and just took a shot that hit him. Oh, good right hand there from Sterling.
But the big moments, Barry, the sort of cut in the 2nd, worsening in the 5th, that flash knockdown in the 6th as well. The big moments have gone against Sterling. Big gulp of air there from Sterling. And I think significant change in the play. The fact that through that 5th round, second half of it, that Dan Azeez was on the front foot. He's trying to continue that now into this 6th.
But he's not getting totally outboxed or anything like that, so I don't think there's any real panic here for Sterling. You know, I think he's lost the last few. That's a good right hand from him, but again, he's not being totally outboxed. Azeez just having a slight better of things at the minute. That's for me. Good bodywork there from Sterling, then just stood up, hands down, and had to take a right hand back.
Yeah, credit Sterling, really firing back there with that right hand. Being asked some big questions now.
Good left hook there from Sterling, but a short right hand back from Azeez. That's the problem with having a low left hand. It gives you a nice smooth jab with little defence.
Oh, a great response this from Sterling on the thick end of it in scoring terms through this round because of the knockdown.
Break, step back. Step back, straight away, lads. Come on, step back.
Some clubbing right hands, I think slightly behind or on the side of the head. Well, a significant round, certainly on the scorecards, you'd say, in favour of Dan Azeez.
You want to beat him or do you want to punch him? You're way ahead.
It was a short right hand just as Sterling was throwing his own punch. It looked like he was off balance, but there may have been a scoring shot too.
Yeah, he gets caught with a good shot. He does, but I think he swings himself over. I think he's just a tad, maybe a tad unlucky there. I can see what the referee, from his angle, would see it that way.
Strictly by the rules, Barry, can you because the punch landed before, he's entitled to count that.
Well, he's the referee, he knows more than us, of course, but I think he didn't get caught after he was swinging, or as. I think he got caught, then he swung himself and threw himself over. But again, it's your perspective and angle where you see it from, it's how you react.
And impossible to say which was the more significant factor, the punch or his own body momentum taking him over. So that's debatable, but it's in the books now, and it certainly favours Dan Azeez in the closing stretch.
And he never complained about it either. That's always a telling factor at times.
What you feel is, after the 4th, 5th and that 6th round, that Sterling needs to find something. Not for the want of trying, to be fair.
But I think Azeez has kept the shape. And I think, Sterling, forget about the height factor for these guys. The reach of Sterling, for me, looks like it far out reaches obviously the jab of Azeez. But Azeez has caught well with that, because it's hard to judge the distance there at times. Then we have a guy with a longer reach.
Come on, don't hold.
He's kept his shape well, nice and well. Kept those elbows tucked in nice and tight, and tried to block and throw when he can.
Got to be careful, he's been warned before. There's just another gentle warning, and you can't afford too many more of those, Sterling.
Good jab there from Azeez.
To be fair, I think that's good referee. I think how Foster would have... Oh, big right hand. He was entitled, I think, to dock a point there, but I think that was sensible refereeing, despite the previous sort of final warning.
You're ducking low. No back of the head.
Yeah.
Box on.
It's a funny one, that, because he's hitting the back of the head because Sterling's ducking low and turning.
Which is why I think the referee warned them both. Yeah, I think that's fair play.
Right, come on. Set that one straight away.
Oh, big right hand. Again, he was sort of ducking away from it and could have caught him on the back in the end. It was sort of side of the face, writhing right hand that was from Azeez.
But he just dipped the legs, Azeez, let the shot go over his head before he came back with his right hand. Struggling to see on the left eye, I think.
Yeah, and he did not see that right hand coming.
Good little jab and left hook there though from Sterling.
Yeah, there's another strong jab there from Azeez. And is it distance or willingness to throw it? Perhaps we've not seen as much of that telling punch from Azeez.
I think it's certainly the long reach of Sterling, and Sterling doesn't look the fastest of fighters, but he always finds a home for that left hand. So I think his timing's good with that jab.
Bit of blood again from that left eye of Sterling. Both these guys, of course, from southeast London, same neck of the woods. You know some of the same people.
Again, just a little bit better work there from Sterling, isn't it? From Azeez, sorry.
Another hard round. Big effort from both guys.
Talk to me, man.
Well, I tell you what, it's a tough, compelling fight. Does feel like it's going the way of Dan Azeez. That's a significant moment in the sixth, of course. Let's bring in Spencer Fearon. What's your take on this, Spence?
It's a good fight. I've got Azeez winning this fight, but not handily winning this fight because of the herky-jerky style of what Azeez is administering. It's difficult for Sterling to do much work because Sterling's overloading with his punches, and he should be a little bit more relaxed. But as he's starting to get relaxed now, Azeez is taking over because he's trying better fluidity of punches. And right now, I've got Azeez quite handily ahead.
Seconds out.
Thanks to Spencer. And that 10-8, a significant one, of course, stretching the lead perhaps to 3, maybe 4. As we head into the final 3 rounds. Well, you have to say, he's been competitive in every single round, and he's been busting a gut right from the start, Andre Sterling. And let's not forget, he's been 10 and indeed 12 rounds before. It's the 110 rounder in the bank last time up for Dan Azeez.
Yeah, but it's been a little change in pattern, I feel, that he was the one trying to push Azeez back early on in the fight, and I think it's sort of changed a little bit now. Azeez is starting to take the centre of the ring ever so slowly. He's not overexerting himself. He's still cautious and respectful, and has enough respect for what Sterling has to throw back.
Gum shield out momentarily.
I just feel that Sterling has been able to make Azeez work hard. To make that experience tell down the stretch, you've got to make the guy who hasn't done that distance as much as you, make him work hard in the early rounds for you to sort of really drag him into deep waters and later in the fight. I don't think it's been that way.
And he would be stretching it to say there's an air of invincibility coming into this one for Dan Azeez, but he was put through the grinder, the mincer, I think it's fair to say, emotionally through the spring. His mother, Kike, actually fell victim to COVID. She was in intensive care for 4 weeks, and I think he said he'll never face kind of pressure and strain that he was under during that period. He couldn't see his mother for many, many weeks. Thankfully, she's pulled through that, and I think the extra motivation it's given, seeing her recover, and also having her back in his life, added motivation, I think, coming into this one.
Just needs to shift the feet, Azeez. When he had Sterling there with sort of his back to the rope and threw that right hand over the top, with Sterling just just is a real nice thing. He just tucks that shoulder into the left, that chin into the left shoulder, and just turns his body a little bit. So just take a little step around the side and then throw that right hand.
Again, busy hands from Sterling.
What we haven't seen from Sterling for a while is that right hand. Needs to bring that uppercut through the middle there, Azeez.
Nice little left hand that from Azeez in close.
But Sterling's right over that front foot there. That's where that uppercut needs to come right through the middle. It's where that double jab would work for Sterling there, just as Azeez had his hands low.
A little bit of head movement, upper body movement there, just sort of weaving inside the target, getting his shots off. That was clever from Azeez. Nice little cameo there towards the end of this round. A little bit of class creeping into his work late on. And sometimes his bodies get tired as he head down the wire. The gaps open and the spaces appear to show that.
Once he misses, you get on. Okay? Good work, looking good.
There you go, Brian O'Shaughnessy to the right. The Piard and Bob Plant part of that corner team as well. So Shaughnessy with the advice.
Successful, pop, pop, shuffle. Okay? On his toes, on his toes. Let me see you bouncing.
10 seconds, corners. Seconds out. Round 9.
2 rounds to go into the 9th. Here we go. New sensing Sterling needs something big, Barry.
Yeah, for me, he's on the scorecards. He's a mile behind, I think.
And to be fair, well, to be honest, to be truthful, in the middle parts of the round when he landed a couple of those right hands, and that really sort of transformed the fight, didn't it? When Azeez ate those big shots, he seemed to take them pretty well. There's been no sense that the chin of Azeez is going to let him down so far.
No one's been seriously hurt, are they, at all, to be honest? But I think for Azeez now, I think if he jabs, feints, and then throws a 1-2, because of that low left hand of Sterling. Just a little disguise there to get that right hand over the top.
And we are 25 years on this week to Frank Bruno's big night when he finally lifted the world title, beat Oliver McCall, famous night at Wembley, and it is almost an homage to Bruno with those 70s, 80s style shorts. That Dan Azeez has been labelled the mini Frank, the little Bruno. He met Big Frank a couple of years ago, actually.
I don't know about Bruno, but sometimes I don't want people to get carried away. And I'm not calling him the haggler, but sometimes he jumps into the jab like Hagler used to with his southpaw right jab.
He's looked pretty composed throughout, Azeez. The jab is so good that sometimes you just want to see more of it as a fan or a neutral observer.
Shot.
I think the towel, has the towel come in? I think the towel's come in. It has, the towel's come in. And whether that was a sense of the eye, the way the fight was going, getting harder, you have to feel that it was the eye and maybe that the sense of a lost cause. But Brian Lawrence has thrown. I wasn't sure if it kind of fallen in or was by accident, but the towel has come in, and this one comes to an end. And what a win that is for Dan Azeez.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because he's a mile behind, and I think Azeez was getting on top there. That he was looking good and strong and pushing Sterling back, and maybe they thought that the tank to run empty there.
There you see it, right-hand side of your screen, that the towel sort of floated in behind Howard Foster, and there was almost a pause in proceedings, a slight puzzlement from all three, but actually Sterling acknowledged it before anyone else did. And I think he feels fair enough. Let's get confirmation of it now.
The contest came to an end after 1 minute and 59 seconds of round number 9. Your referee stopped the contest, therefore your winner, and still the English light heavyweight champion from London, Super Dan Azeez!
Well, they know each other so well, and I suspect the whole King of Lewisham bragging rights in southeast London probably means very little now for Dan Azeez. What is important is that belt on his shoulder, Barry Jones being defended for the first time. That's significant for him, but it's getting a performance like that. Another stoppage, that's 5 out of his last 6. As he moves up in grade, he's getting better and better, which is all you can ask of a pro at this stage of his career.
It is, and he's not a one-punch KO artist by any stretch of the imagination, but I think it's his educated pressure. I think, he started off with a guy who's physically strong in Sterling, who was trying to push him back, and he never panicked. He kept his shape, and and weathered not the storm as such, but kept his shape and was working well beyond the jab. Then he slowly started turning the screws, and he was the guy being the aggressor. He was putting the pressure on Sterling. I think when they threw the towel in at the end there, I think Azeez really had a strong foothold on the fight and was starting ministering some good quality work, and I thought it was his best performance so far.
Damn well done. The assignments keep getting tougher, and your performances, I think it's fair to say, keep getting better. What was the most important, the most satisfying thing for you tonight in that performance?
Because of obviously the build-up. Like I've said a lot, like Andre's my good mate from the gym. We've known each other for years. But just the build-up, I had that, drive. I actually wanted to punish him. And the best result would be to a long distance punish him and then get him out of there. So I was really, really pleased with that. Really pleased with him.
Were you slightly surprised by the ending? It slightly caught us by surprise, the towel coming in.
What, the stoppage? Not really. In the fourth, I think I caught it with some good shots, and I knew that if I just needed to step it up a little bit, and I could get him out of there. So, no, it wasn't a surprise for me.
It looked like the fifth, actually, he caught you with a big right hand, and I don't know if that was the motivation or it was a preordained plan to pick up the pace, but you really did go through the gears from the fifth onwards. Yeah,
my coach said, that's the worst thing he could have done. He hit you, but it was a good shot. Didn't hurt me or anything, but, as a fighter, you got that heart. You get me, I'm going to get you back. So, unfortunately for him, it did make me press a bit more harder.
It sounds like you relish that sort of bigger fight, if not big fight build-up. That's obviously a good thing for you going forward.
100%. I wanted to build it up a bit more earlier, get that rivalry in, but it only built up a bit on the fight week, but it still got everyone wanting to watch the fight. So either way, they got a good entertaining fight and their money's worth.
Yeah, it was much enjoyed. How much was your sort of mother recovering from illness and COVID a motivation for you coming in tonight?
Thanks to the NHS, she's made a full recovery. That was one of my drives as well, because it's been reported, she was basically on her deathbed, and my drive now is more than ever, because I think if she can recover, and get through like a near-death experience, what the hell can I go through? And Andre's a tough opponent, he really is. I gave him some good shots and he just kept coming, so yeah.
English title, won, defended successfully. You've seen Mckeown Pitters win the British just the other day as well. That scene's bubbling up nicely. What do you want?
No, definitely. MTK know my plans. They're doing an excellent job. Got me the Southern, got me the English. I've defended it now, and it's only right that it's Commonwealth or the British title. I've said from day one I want to go down the traditional route. I'm not ducking or dodging anybody. My aspirations are really high. I'm looking to go to world level. If I can't mix it with the domestic lot, forget about that. And I'm real, and that's what I want to do.
Great to watch.
Yeah, thank you.
Fine performance, well done.
Thank you very much. Can I big up my sponsors as well? Romac Solutions, SAS, and Gary Rowland from Growbox. They all got behind me and made it happen for me to be able to train full time.
And it happened. Well done
big
to
up
all.
MTK.
Well done.
Super.
Yeah, he's buzzing. He's buzzing. And rightly so, I think it's fair to say. Barry, why wouldn't you? You just produce the performance of your life in the biggest test to date in what was a mini grudge match. It was a fight between two locals who know each other particularly well. There'll be guys down the street where they live who were talking about this. He'll be saying this. They'll have said that. And he got the job done in style.
He did. You can see in the interview after, first thing he said, I wanted to administer pain. I didn't want an early finish. I wanted to grind it out, and he sort of did that. But I think Sterling didn't box bad, to be honest. I just think Azeez kept his shape. And we say this all the time about how important it is early in your career, because when you get in a fight like that, keeping your shape is sometimes the difference, and it was the difference. The fact that he could block shots and throw straight down the line rather than throw those looping shots was something someone who's close around gave him the edge. And then obviously when you start getting tired, you start making mistakes, and if you can keep your shape, and I keep saying the same thing, but if you can keep your composure, then those mistakes are harder to find. And where Sterling is a bit more looser, then the gaps appear, and I think Azeez took full advantage of that. I don't think the eye helped Sterling, to be honest, but I don't think that was the deciding factor, a massive factor in it. I think Azeez just being on his game tonight. He looked good. He looked really good.
He's got his eyes on the British light heavyweight title. It's the vacant British super light that's up for grabs next at our top of the bill, as well as Philip Bowes' Commonwealth belt as well. And Akeem Ennis-Brown has got his eyes on both.
Really rival, aka Akeem Ennis-Brown, former English champion, former WBC Youth World Champion, current IBF European Champion, 13-0. Being an avoided fighter is a compliment, but it's frustrating as well at the same time, because I want to fight the best, to show them the best, but none of these guys want to fight me. Loads of these fighters want to just pad the record to safety, pad the record to the top, but me, if you look up my record, my resume, I've done it the hard way. I'll describe my boxing style as pretty beautiful, artistic, beautiful boxing work. I mean, none of these guys ain't got a style like me. I'm unique.
And a lot of people have made the mistake of looking at him on YouTube and thinking, yeah, they got the beating of him. Trust me, when he's in front of you, it's a different ball game altogether. I've seen him sparring with some of the best fighters in the world, and you know, he holds his own with all of them.
Like, I'm a mixture of all the greats put together, you know. I studied the best, I've seen the best, watched the best, and now I'm gonna be the best.
I believe in Riddy 100%. I've believed in Riddy ever since he was a 14-year-old kid. I've had a lot of people tell me I'm wasting my time with him, but again, he's proved everyone wrong time and time again.
Philip Bowes is a decent fighter, good fighter. But he ain't like me. He ain't nowhere near on my level, my league. And you're gonna find out that come the 2nd of September.
I just think that Riddy beats him in every department. I think the younger and fresher man will prevail on the day. We're not overlooking Philip Bowes at all. When he moves up to sort of the top end of the domestic level, I just think he falls short, which is proved on his record.
Philip Bowes is getting it, like, I cannot lie. Like, he kept me waiting for too long. These titles have kept me waiting for too long. And nothing gonna stop me from getting these titles. Nothing ain't gonna stop me from getting these titles. You better make sure you're ready to tune into a great action-packed fight. September the 2nd, Riddy rival, aka Akeem Ennis-Brown, the new British and Commonwealth champion.
It's a brooding confidence that Akeem Ennis-Brown brings to the table tonight, a unique style too, and that confidence is born out of an unbeaten record where he has taken numerous scalps and won fights that some doubted he was capable of winning. 13 wins, most of them by decision, and he's up against Philip Bowes, much more experienced, of course. He's the current Commonwealth belt holder as well. He is the older man, as you see, by 12 years. That's the gap between them, same height. And Ennis-Brown having had to wait for a fight that's been cancelled not once but twice, came in a pound lighter at £139. That is the scene set for our top of the bill.
Welcome back to Wakefield, England for MTK Fight Night. We are live on IFL TV and ESPN Plus in association with Top Rank. We come now to the main event of the evening, 12 3-minute rounds for the Commonwealth and vacant British super lightweight titles. Would you welcome to the ring firstly, Gloucester's very own Riddy rival, Hakeem Ennis Brown!
Well, Hakeem Ennis Brown has become accustomed to walking second towards the ring, I think it's fair to say. But he keeps winning fights that some have doubted he was capable of doing. And that stretches back to 2017, where he went up to the northeast to face Glenn Foote, who was on a bit of a roll. He'd only been beaten once by future British and European champion Sam Eggington, and he beat him away for the English title. He's since beaten subsequent British champion Chris Jenkins as well. They come forward Dara Foley, another unbeaten fighter Bilal Rehman, last time up when we saw him well over a year and a half ago in Cardiff. He's been out of the ring for 18 months. He's had to wait and wait and wait. Fuel for the fire of his desire, says Ennis Brown, with these titles up for grabs tonight.
A dope boy, you can tell from my wristwatch. She was a bad beat like the song still. Had to let go after one kill.
And now the reigning and defending Commonwealth Super Lightweight Champion from London, Philip Quicksilver Bowes!
Love and hate can never be friends. Oh no. Oh no.
Well, in advancing years, now 36 he is, Philip Bow from Leytonstone, east side of London, and he is the champion. And he's been the champion for a good year and a half now as well. This is the latest defence of it. He went to Liverpool, comfortably beat Tom Farrell on that occasion. And here he is defending that Commonwealth belt here once again. Getting better with age, plenty of experience, and a southpaw in against Hakeem Ennis Brown tonight. Is he going to be the man to solve a puzzle that's been difficult, if not impossible, to do so far?
Promoter Lee Eaton for MTK Global, live on IFL TV and ESPN Plus in association with Top Rank, proudly presents 12 3-minute rounds for the Commonwealth and vacant British Super Lightweight titles. Your representative from the British Boxing Board of Control is Dennis Gilmartin. Your 3 scoring judges at ringside are Howard Foster of Doncaster, Terry O'Connor of Birmingham, and Mark Lyson from Liverpool. Your timekeeper at the bell is Chris O'Connor from Widnes, and your referee, the third man in the ring when the action gets underway, is Phil Edwards from Preston. This is the main event of the evening. We're ready to go, toe to toe, so let's meet the boxers. We begin in the blue corner. His shorts bear the Jamaican flag. He weighed in at 139 pounds. He brings to the ring a perfect professional record of 13 wins from 13 contests, 1 win coming by way of knockout. He's a former undefeated English and WBC Youth Super Lightweight Champion and the reigning IBF European Super Lightweight Champion from Gloucester, Riddy rival, Hakeem Ennis Brown. And his opponent across the ring in the red corner, Wearing grey and black shorts, he weighed in at 140 pounds. From 23 professional contests, his record boasts 20 wins and just 3 defeats, 3 wins coming by way of knockout. He's the reigning and defending Commonwealth Super Lightweight Champion from London, Philip Quicksilver BOWES. Referee Phil Edwards will now give both boxers their final instructions.
Okay, gentlemen, you've had your instructions. You know what I expect of you both. Follow my instructions at all times. Defend yourselves at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck.
Seconds out, round 1.
Here we go then into round 1. The vacant British title and indeed the Commonwealth belt currently held by Philip BOWES, who's in the beige and black long trunks, the Jamaican yellow, black and green for Akeem Ennis-Brown. He's been a curious puzzle that 13 opponents so far, Barry, have just failed to solve.
Get hands out.
Well, he's so unorthodox, and he comes in from angles that you shouldn't really be able to produce, to be honest. And that's where he's hard to tag, and he always exits a different route that he comes in at, and so yeah, he's awkward. But BOWES is a very good operator. He'll sit back. They both guys like the other guy to lead, of course, but he'll sit back and he'll wait for you to make a mistake or fall short, and he'll come back with sharp counters, especially that Levi's hook is a very good weapon for him.
Well, it's been night of the knockouts so far, hasn't it? 5 fights, 5 knockouts, which not everybody, I think, would have forecast coming into this evening, but there we are. So I'd be loath to make too many predictions, given what we've seen so far, but I think plenty of people had this one pegged for an interesting tactical and technical battle tonight.
Get the hands out. Come on, work your way out. Get out. Break! Don't the back of your head. Box on.
He's so confident in his own abilities, his style, the real belief for Ennis-Brown.
Break!
Just a little bit short with that left hand there. BOWES. Right idea, of course. Sort of left hand there from Ennis-Brown.
One step.
The thing is, because he's always looking for the next move, that it lacks. A lot of his punches lack any sort of snap at times, because he is looking either to move his feet defensively or move around the target to try and throw another shot, so he doesn't sort of plant his feet long enough to get any purchase on some of these punches.
And I'm pretty sure, just getting a bit scrappy there.
Don't get tangled up. When you do get tangled up, we'll work you out, like I told you. Okay? One step. Box on.
And there you can see underlined that perhaps that's something that the referee spoke to them about before. Letting his hands go up close there, BOWES. Oh, nice left hand. Huge, long left hand there from BOWES.
It was good from BOWES. Ennis-Brown came in nice, kind of really upright, chin up in the air, and BOWES went really low. Before he threw that left hand over the top. Just tangled up feet there, I think.
Oh, a little bit of Afton needs to be careful there. So a little bit of put the head in there, didn't he, Brown, at the end of that one? Well, Brown's been used to frustrating his opponents. Was there a little bit of frustrating creeping into his?
Well, I think the accuracy percent is going to be pretty poor for both, isn't it? Because they're both defensive fighters and who don't want to commit. But when they're in close there, there's a little bit of a overcommitment at times. That's a lovely left hand there, though, from BOWES. Again, Ennis, gets away with a lot of stuff, but that's standing up too tall, too close to the target is never a good idea.
10 seconds, corners.
Through that lead jab body shot, didn't he? From so far away.
Seconds out. Round 2.
Into round 2 then. Actually, the way he was clipped there, Brown, it reminded me a bit of when sort of Gary Cully last week left himself in that position, sort of head in no man's land. It was almost, well, he was almost knocked down because of it.
Yeah, nice body shot there from Ennis Brown. Lead right hook. Oh, good shot there off the rope, so from BOWES. Nice left hand.
Good play. And again. Hold him. Hold him. Come on, man. Back on the jab. Back on the jab.
Get the hand out. Break. Come on, tidy. Tidy. Box on.
He'll be a busy man tonight, the ref, you would feel.
Yeah.
Back on the jab. There you go. Good play. Lovely. Reset. Reset.
Hold for it. Get the hand out.
We can work.
Just simple. Jab back hand over the top. Break. No punches. Come on. Tidy.
Make him work. Back on the jab. Busy. Reset. Come on. Great boy. In and out. Good. Gus.
A little bit of a dance-off.
Yeah, but it's been Ennis Brown sort of initiating the moves, but it hasn't been that successful for him. So maybe he wants to revert back to what he's good at and allow you to force the pace, but then BOWES is not going to want to do that either.
One step. Stop boxing. Stay away. Box down.
Don't want to stop over.
I think Phil Edwards getting a bit frustrated. We're only 2 rounds in.
Good jab there from Brown.
Good boy. Upstairs, downstairs.
They have a common opponent, don't they? Glenn Foot. 3 years ago, Ennis Brown went away up to Sunderland and managed to beat Foot for the English title on away turf. Really good performance that was. Foot was flying at the time, wasn't he? And that was just a few months after Glenn Foot had beaten Philip Bowes over 10 rounds. Narrow as well, a couple of points on all 3 of the scorecards. Those form lines don't always work out.
Easy. That's it. Good boy. He's coming. As soon as he commits. There you go.
Oh, good. Actually, quite a nice left hand getting through there from Ennis Brown.
A couple there, one there.
And you could hear Liam McKenzie in Bowes' corner saying he's going to commit. Just get ready. He's going to come. So they almost everyone sensed it was coming, and still he managed to do it without getting hit.
He's going to come, but from what angle is he going to come at? That's the problem you get with Ennis Brown. Oh, good.
Oh, just leaning down on the bottom rope there, and Ennis Brown starting to get through with some of his shots. That was a big shot by BOWES, actually, and Ennis Brown happy to... He walked right onto that, and he was happy to grab on.
Yeah, it was a good shot there, wasn't it? It's a bit of survival skills there from Ennis Brown. But then he finished the round stronger, didn't he? Had sort of the better work and got some combinations together. But a lot of it's going to be scrappy. I think that's how the fight's going to play out. It's going to be a lot of people missing, but if you can make the most of when you do get a clean target, then you make the most with that, with those pockets of success.
Seconds out. Round 3.
Round 3 scheduled for 12. The vacant British super lightweight title, once in the possession some, crikey, 20 years ago. We're talking now, certain Richard Hatton, Ricky Hatton. And
20 years ago.
Unbelievable, isn't it? That was the night at York Hall when he overcame that cut, Barry, against John Thaxton as deep, well, Vitaly Klitschko against Lennox territory. I think we're talking about the cut that Hatton had that night. To York Hall, of course, went on to world glory. Junior Witter, Hatton's great rival, 2002, 2005, held this British title as well, ahead of that WBC belt, the super lightweight division he held before Timothy Bradley beat him for it.
Don't pull ahead. Don't pull him. Box on.
You go back on. Go on, nice and busy. Fast Andrew. You first. Oh, lovely. Good. Nice work.
Oh, a couple of good body shots there. Thought they got close and it was a bit scrappy, but Bo's getting his punches off.
Every second.
Nice little left hand there from Ennis Brown. He's better than Ennis Brown when he does a little movement before he throws a punch. Just makes it harder for Bowes to read when he's coming forward. Good jab there from Bowes, lovely shot.
Just finding a little bit of space to get those shots off. And actually, it is so untidy up close that previous round, Barry, it had been difficult to spot that big left hand that Bowes had landed in the clinch. Swinging and missing with that on that occasion.
Again, he needs to take a step around there. Ennis Brown. Then his hands go, but so much is missing. Better.
Oh, gets through 3 successive right hands there, body, and then up through the guard too from Ennis Brown. Some of the cleaner shots, a few of them coming from Bowes, but it's a busy start and then a good little sequence there from Brown.
And again, you can hear the corner of Brown, busy, and that might be the tactics where you know you're not going to have great accuracy in this sort of fight, so maybe you can just be the busier might be the one who prevails.
So, 3 rounds in. What do you like so far? I'll tell you what, I'm glad I don't have to score this one. I'm glad I don't even really have to tell you how I'm scoring this one. But let's see how Spencer Fearon sees it.
You know what? I gave that last round to Philip Bowes. It is very difficult to score, but what it is like the more telling punches. Even though we've got 2 southpaws in, the more telling punches or the punches with the more snap on them is actually coming from Philip Bowes. So therefore, I have to give those rounds to Philip Bowes. Really, he's throwing a lot of shots, but they're pity-patty shots, and he's rushing his shots. If he was to step back a little bit while he's rushing with his shots, then maybe he'll get more success, but he's not getting it. But right now, I gave Philip Bowes that last round. Very good round for me.
Seconds out. Round 4.
Thanks to Spencer for now. We'll check in further into this one. And you do feel it's going to go further, if not all the way. I suspect the sort of fight that people are going to debate and argue about all the way throughout it. So sort of tight it has been. I think Spencer's right. The cleaner work.
Jab there from Bowes. No, he's not.
Definitely from Bowes, but there has been a busyness that some people appreciate from Ennis Brown.
And he's right, yeah, it is. But I got it reversed. I got Brown just ahead, but I can see where Spencer gets his cards from, and I wouldn't argue with it because you do tend to see the better shots, the more purchase on the punches are coming from Bowes.
And I'll go in between you, because I gave the first round 10-10. I couldn't split them. So
body work there from Bowes. Oh, lovely shot. That was a beautiful move there. It's a little half step back there from Bowes, then coming back with a lovely left hand.
Heads coming close together. He just dabs at his left eye, Bowes. Don't know if there's any damage. Probably doesn't want to be back against the ropes. Yeah, there is a red mark, isn't there?
Yeah.
Just towards the side of that left eye.
Break! One step, let him out.
Got to do that move again for me now, Bowes. Just throw the jab and a little half step back and come back with that left hand again. Work the treat.
Mention it.
Bleeding in all that little.
Yeah, it just looked like a small. That's a lovely left hand there from Bowes. But back comes Brown.
Come on, let's make him work. Make him work. You don't want
Oh, good left hand there.
Again, oh, he's pushed down onto the ropes. The second time he's done that, whether it's just his footing, the pressure, the body.
He does it, Bowes. He does it quite often in fights where he sits very, very low. It's a clever move actually, but he sits low, so the referee has to stop the fight. Obviously, has to break him up.
Break. One step, lads. One step. One step.
He always sits on that second to bottom rope.
Time out. Come here, both of you. When I say break, straight away, and cut the talking out, okay? Box on. Come on, Red.
Leave that to Barry and I.
I think he might have been talking to us, to be fair.
Oh, right hand getting through again. The cleaner, watch this, another right hand gets in from Bowes as well. Has there been enough of them?
Push your way out, push your way out. Stop boxing. One step. Box on.
Certainly the cut has worsened on that left eye, Bowes. Head clash, I think, called by the referee.
Yeah, I think the blood's going away from the elbow, so he might be okay.
Oh, another left hand. And a right getting through from Bowes. He's definitely landed the sharper, cleaner punches in this round.
And the right hook as well there from Brown in that little exchange.
Oh. Yeah, and again, well, it's, you know, that's Brown. He did it after the first round. He stuck his head in. He did it again after that round. He just pushed away by Bowes.
That's a good shot there from Bowes. Let's see that little half a step back and just coming back. He should have done it a little bit more often, that little move. And again, Brown's trying to force the pace here, isn't he? You know, but a lot of it's missing, hitting gloves or shoulders. I sort of agree with Spencer there. His view of most of it, that round there, I think the cleaner work, the better shots were landed from Bowes, even though Brown was the far busier. Good left hand there, though, from Brown. And yeah, that's Bowes here, just tipping those legs again. And
10 seconds, corners.
Sitting on that bottom rope.
Seconds out. Round 5.
Time out. Come here. Both of you, cut the crap out, okay? Stick to your boxing. Be professional, okay? None of that messing it out again. One step back, both of you. Box on.
And that a reference to the ending of the previous round, which got a little bit unsavvy and unnecessarily so, it seemed too. So these are significant titles up for grabs with rich history, as we touched on previously with Hatton and Witter, and this British title. Actually the Commonwealth belt as well. Certain Josh Taylor won this sort of 2016, 2017, of course, and significant 7th round stoppage when he beat O'Hara Davies north of the border, his second defence of the Commonwealth belt too. Giving you a flavour of the rich history of both these titles up for grabs.
Good start to the round from Brown, but it was a nice little left hand there from Bowes. I'll tell you something, at 36 years of age, he's got to be one of, if not the oldest. I haven't checked it.
It is Barry's history. If he wins the British title tonight, Philip Bowes will be the oldest
first-time winner
to get that at super lightweight. So it's a significant piece of history for him up for grabs, as well as, of course, the Commonwealth belt he's already got.
There's a little step back. There's this lovely little move, but he got to fire that left hand then straight through.
Nice shot. Nice shot. He just had the cheer and the huge clap from Leon McKenzie in the corner with Philip Bowes. And there he goes again. Interestingly, Leon's dad Clinton held this very British title as well back in the 70s and 80s. Another little piece of the jigsaw potentially fitting into place for him. All about the history tonight for Bowes and his corner.
Good work from Brown. Oh, good work back there from Bowes. No disrespect to these fighters, but they'd be glad there's not Clinton McKenzie in there with them tonight.
Good point. Well, just the 4 stoppages between them, and what we're dealing with, 36 fights between them and thereabouts. He just keeps coming, doesn't he? He's always in your face, Brown. Not always right in front of your face, but always in your face.
And also, it's not a lot of the shots he throws are not always effective, but you know, just being busy sometimes. And if you throw 6, you land with 2, and your opponent's only throwing 1 jab and lands with the 1, you're still doubling his work.
One step back. Time out. Just go over there. Don't hold it. It's okay. Don't hold it. Okay? When I say break, it's straight out. Box on.
Yeah, it is boxing, and it's championship boxing, and it's not pretty at times. It's absolutely clear as we approach halfway. They want it so much. It's a huge moment in both their careers.
Body shot there from BOWES. That's better from Brown. Just keep that rattling in those combinations. He gets too close to there, Brown, doesn't he? That's the problem. But being the busy is the right idea.
I'm still talking to him. Brown, still talking.
Right, break your step. Nice break.
Hey, you promised us magic, right? Let's produce it
Listen,
that way.
you've got a short space of time to get this right.
Oh, there's that left hand, and he actually tried to spin away too, so he was thinking about the exit there, BOWES.
See Brown just making a miss with the first one, thinking he was in a safe position, but he needed a little bit of a further step back with that back foot. That's better though from Brown. That's what he needs to do there, and that's what he did there then, just take a little step out and go again. Maintain that distance at all times.
Takes a good shot, Brown, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
He clipped a few times with that left hand. One of them earlier on, he really did sort of lean into the shot as well, which doubled the advantage.
Seconds out. Round 6.
Halfway then. I'll tell you what, they've emptied the Vaseline jar on that cut. And the left eye of BOWES in between rounds. Good jab that from Brown.
Good one back there from BOWES. That's good work there from Ennis Brown.
That's it, good, let's go there.
Hold him.
Letting his hands go, always busy, always there, always wanting. Brown.
Good shot, good shot.
Half blocked that shot, but it was still good move though from Brown. That's a lovely uppercut there from Brown.
Nice body shot in return from BOWES, but the first significant shots he's landed in this round. It's been a good minute or so. Start 2 at the 6 for Brown.
Here comes BOWES though, there standing with a good body shot and then a chopping little left hand over the top.
Let's go, body baby. Let's go. In and out, in and out. Keep to the jab. That's it, back out, back out, back out. Yes. And a minute again. Up the middle, Vinny. Right, bring a step. Good, that's it, back on the jab, that's it. And move, that's it, reset. Reset.
Just waited too long there, BOWES, I think.
Get your hands out.
Stay centimetres, that's it, come on baby, let's go. There you go. There you go. All right. Lovely. What's the back cut? Yeah? Get time now.
Oh, yeah, a couple of nice shots. He's just starting to get his mojo, a bit of rhythm into the work of Ennis Brown for the first time.
But then, because he doesn't carry that power, he didn't stay there. Oh, good shot again there from Brown. He took a little step back so BOWES couldn't fire back. He's a good round, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's the most significant round. Every single round has been tough to score. This is I think, the clearest of the fight so far.
Come on, when he puts his head down, let him have it.
It's good there from Brown again.
That's it, good man.
Where Brown's looking for Ennis, BOWES is always looking for that one clean shot. The situation, Brown's just looking to keep working, regardless.
He
just been on the hustle, hasn't he? Oh, good shot.
I tell you what with Brown, Barry, he's just comfortable in his own skin as a boxer, isn't he? He knows exactly what he is and what he can do and what he wants to do. Oh, a couple of right hooks there, almost the inside of the glove. I think the second of them from BOWES, but a scoring shot. And not often you see Ennis Brown in that position. Good response this from BOWES. A round that he's been sort of losing wide, I think it's fair to say. Nice little bit of retaliation towards the end. Probably too little too late for him in that particular round, I think it's fair to say. Is that a change in the play or just a way back into the fight for Ennis Brown? Let's get an update now with Spencer.
it's starting to warm up now. I think like Ennis Brown is coming back into the fight. I was giving a lot of rounds to Philip Bowes because he was doing the cleaner work. But now what's happening now is like Ennis Brown is not rushing his work as much. He's still rushing his work, but not as much. And he's throwing those good shots with a strong left hand. But the thing about it is this: the telling shots, or the shots, or the eye-catching shots, are being thrown by Philip Bowes. But Philip Bowes in that round didn't do enough work. He needs to do a lot more work, and you can hear it in his corner. And that's what you got to do, dig deep. But right now, the fight's starting to heat up. I'm enjoying it now.
Seconds out. Round 7.
Thanks, Spencer. Into round 7. I think it's one you can debate about what have you liked, what has taken your eye. I think it's a furiously difficult fight to score this. I think it's fair to say, but was that a change in the play from Brown in that 6th round as we head down the stretch into the second half of this fight? I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Barry. I'm going to claim American citizenship, and I'm just going to plead the 5th Amendment on scoring in this one.
Good. Solid jab there from Brown.
Just kind of bundles him over, but he just, I mean, the worry for Bowes would be that Brown is just maybe starting to find a bit of rhythm.
Yes. See, this is stepping in out of distance, which is making Brown more effective in this last round and a half.
And there he is. Yeah, it's a good point.
Brown's comfortable that he don't, because he's not been hurt. He's comfortable there, and he's still setting up either the long right hook, or the straight left hand. But no, with Brown stepping out, he has to sort of jump out of that little crouch. Or
Over there. Don't hold. If you keep holding, I'll have to take a point.
Ooh.
You were doing most of it. Don't argue about it. Box on.
Messy as it is. Flores, he's holding too tired. Make him work.
Warning then at halfway for holding for Bowes.
Good jab there from Brown.
Well, he's got a spring in his step, copped a left hand. That's been the punch of the fight for Bowes all the way throughout.
Punch in there. One step back. One step.
Well, I don't know if it's dance hall or reggae, but he's got some moves, Mckeown Ennis Brown.
Shuffle. Good. Come on, put it on him there. 2 to 3, 3 to 4. Let's go.
Body shot from Bowes.
Good. Good boy.
He tried to chop down on that left hand.
Let's go, reverse. Let's go. Keep working, keep punching. PB, let's go.
Let him out. One step.
Box on. Keep body, Red. Come on. Back up. Oh, great, that's the in and out. Come on. Good.
Nice body shot, dipped under the reaction there, Brown.
Start working there.
One step.
Come on, Red. Let's go, Red. Good job. Come on, Busy. Finish the round strong. Come on.
Finish the round a little stronger here, Bowes. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough.
One step. Holding all the time.
Yeah, I think that's 2 good rounds back to back. Ennis Brown starting to get a bit of his timing, might just be closing the gap. We could have an even fight.
Break that step. Fake as you're going in. He's had his last warning. You'll have a point in his next. Listen, breathe. On your toes, I want to have hands like pistons. 2s and 3s, 2 phases, 3 phases. As this head comes down, bring the uppercuts right in. All right? Bridge, you've got this, but you've got to step it on the
That was John Pittman, you heard in the corner for Mckeown Ennis Brown as we switch across the other end of the ring.
If he throws 1, you throw 2. Understand? If he throws 3, you throw 3. Right? Start fucking up there. Okay?
Jamie Sheldon's had to work on that cut from early on.
10 seconds,
4th round it was that it started. It worsened a little bit in the middle part of the fight. Round really kept it under control. Into the 8th round then. As Ennis Brown got his mojo. starting to find a little bit of space and rhythm to his work.
That was better from Bowes. Oh, good start there. Missed with the jab and landed with the left hand over the top. You can hear Liam McKenzie in the corner. If he throws one, you throw two. If he throws two, you throw three. Not really the Bowes style, you would think, but maybe he has to break the mold a little bit and find something different. Well, even though it's a close fight, it just tends to be the last couple of rounds, so the momentum will swing a little bit in the favour of Brown.
Absolutely. And, you know, at the age of 36, you get a chance to win the British title, claim a little bit of history. This might be the chance. This might be it.
Back to work, really. Last dance, Red. Do not let them feet. That's it, good, let's go, let's work. Take that. Break! Come on. Okay, push him. Come on, Red, make him work. Good shot. Underneath. Tidy it up. From the waist up. Tidy it up. Don't bring enough to cut up there.
Again there though, so both landed with a decent shot, but then it was just a one shot, and then allows Ennis to throw a flurry of punches, and even though there's nothing on the shots, so maybe it looks like he's doing the better work, or the more work.
I'm not afraid to sort of get around in previous years, get experience as well. Ennis Brown, I know he spent a bit of time out in Marbella with Ben Davidson, formerly Tyson Fury's trainer. A few years ago, 2017, he sparred Linares as well. What experience that must have been.
Oh, hang on a minute, Josh Taylor's trainer. Tyson Fury trainer, Josh Taylor's trainer.
Well, you know I'm Scottish.
It might be the best fighter in the country.
Oh, well, he'd be high on my list, for sure.
Incidentally, this weight.
Oh, big shot. Yeah, and of course, with Jose Ramirez beating Postel the other night at stateside, he holds two of the belts. Is there a warning? Oh, significant moments at a point when the 6th and 7th rounds may have gone against him anyway. Philip goes a point taken off in the 8th. That could be huge. He was warned in the previous round.
Good jab there from Bowes. And a good left hand. There you go. He took a little step back. Just a little bit too long to go again. He did the right movements there, Bowes just didn't wait too long to throw that left hand again.
Nice work.
It's good advice from the corner there. Ennis Brown just a little step back to get a bit of space. Let his hands go.
Push him off, Red. One step, half a step. That's it, good
Well, theoretically, you should score the round as normal and then take the point off later. And later, will that point be something to rue for Philip Bowes and his team?
Feeling it. That was the magic we wanted. Listen, breathe. Get that air right in your lungs. Suck it up, breathe. Come on, nice to
Get them lungs out, come on.
How are you feeling?
Allergy thing. I feel alright.
Listen, forget that now. Right, you can be fucking ill later. Right?
It's a good shot there from Brown. And again, the little step back he does, almost certainly at the end of that round, it's just been a big difference. And obviously that holding on there from Bowes, that makes it theoretically a 10-8 round for me. And
just remember that.
And now Bowes all of a sudden, in a really tight fight, has got a bit of a mountain decline.
How bad do you want it? Let's go. Let's see how much you want it.
How bad do you want it? I want it bad. Conversation between John Pittman and Mckeown, Ennis Brown. And that's going to be important down the stretch.
Seconds out. Round 9.
Into the 9th then, heading towards the championship rounds. Interesting in that exchange earlier, John Pittman asked Mckeown Ennis Brown, how are you feeling? And I think he just said at the start of that allergy thing, whether he's just feeling some sort of reaction.
Yeah, I used to have an allergy against punches, to be fair as well.
I am absolutely allergic to pain. He's largely always been coming forward, hasn't he, throughout the fight? Whether that'll have any bearing on how the judges have seen it.
He has, but a lot of it's been ineffective, to be fair. He's missed with a lot, but I think he's still I think the fact that he's been busier, he's missed with 3, but he's landed with 2, and I think that's been where Bowes has been picking his shots, but the last few rounds they have been few and far between for me.
Go hold. Twos and threes. That's it. Work your way out then.
Good body shot there from Bowes.
Did you have Brown winning that previous round anyway, Barry?
I did, yes.
Yeah. So 10-9 there, plus the point off later, effectively 10-8.
Good shot there from Bowes.
Good shot. Let's go.
Again, this round, Browns are busier, but Bowes probably landed with the better shots.
Feels like Brown 6, 7, 8. 3 rounds but 4 point swing in quick succession. Feels like that. You might have your own view back home.
I gotta be honest, it was never going to be pretty, but it's a better spectacle than what I thought it was going to be.
You just wonder the way he's swung those overhand lefts all the way throughout, Bowes, if he could just connect with one of those.
Hands out.
He tried a bit of everything, hasn't he? Phil Edwards referee. He's been on it right from the start. Oh, nice little uppercut there from Ennis Brown.
The work ethic is just so much greater, isn't it, the Bowes? And again, in a tight round like this, that when Bowes was landing with a better work, I just think maybe another round where he might have been out-hustled. Might have. That's a nice shot there from Ennis Brown. And again, lovely work.
A couple of body shots again. He's kind of mauling, and it's a kind of subtle bullying, isn't it, from Brown?
He's just been made to fight at the pace he's not comfortable with, I think, here at the minute, Bowes.
And at the age of 36 as well, we are down the stretch, and Brown maybe just getting up ahead of steam.
That was like a mug in there, right? Nice deep rest. Be more like that. Now get the air back in. Be more like you're taking them down from me. Listen, by the end of every round...
So, does feel like there's been a change in the play from halfway onwards. Maybe that's 4 big rounds on the trot for Ennis Brown. Let's check in and see how Spencer sees it.
And Alex, you are absolutely correct, my friend, because Ennis Brown has really... He's picked up the pace, he's found his range as well, and he's getting more confident. I think Philip Bowes is feeling a little bit sorry for himself, and he's loading up with one big shot. That's nice when you're trying to throw eye-catchy punches, but when you're doing it against a man that has their work rate as an Ennis Brown, you come a cropper. So what he's going to have to do with Philip Bowes is to start throwing more than one shot and putting combinations in.
Round 10.
Heading into the 10th. And as Spencer was saying, that's exactly what Liam McKenzie was asking for, wasn't it, a couple of rounds ago? Interesting word coming in from John Pittman in Brown's corner in between at the end of that 9th round, Barry. He says it's turning into a mugging. That's a bit strong, but you know subtly the point he's trying to make.
Yeah, I think that in and out movement has been had for Bowes. This Bowes trying a different tact here. See, the problem is we're asking him, and we're wanting Spencer saying the same things and to do stuff that he's not used to doing, that he probably doesn't do in training because he has success in boxing the way he's boxed.
Oh, big right hand got through from Bowes. He's having to drag something out. He's been implored to do exactly that, and he is doing it.
One step. Let's go.
Come on, baby.
It's interesting on the corner there, the Brown.
Just come over here.
What's going on here? Has there been a head clash? He's got his back turned away from us. Phil Edwards was right on it.
Can't really see it there, but
oh, you see the blood spraying down, sort of jetting down his chest now. Looks like it's wide on the right eyelid or the side of the eye. Whether it's that the head's or a punch, we'll maybe get confirmation from Phil Edwards, who's been spot on throughout tonight. The way he's kind of tried to marshal this and the way he's kept control of it. But certainly, Philip Bowes, implored by his corner, and he's starting to deliver in this round, belatedly.
It's a great effort from Bowes in there, having to do everything that he's not natural to him. Fight the totally different style to what he's used to doing. And you can't ask for more than that, well, to be fair.
And it's what was required. And really, when it comes down to these moments in fights like this, with so much on the line, he may not get another chance at this stage of his career. He simply has to do whatever it takes.
And Cud Bowes is always a sit-back sort of fighter, make you miss, and always catch you on the counter, so he's used to being quite accurate. Now he has to power forward and be willing to miss and just keep throwing shots, and he won't understand why he has to do that, but he knows that he needs to change the pattern of the fight.
He beckons him on. Ennis Brown's generally oh, there's another big left hand right on that eye that's been cut. It is to the side, though, as you can just see for the first time this side on camera.
I think he's surprised Brown here, hasn't he, a little bit?
Well, as I said, he's been nonplussed by his opponents. The first time he rattled would be too strong, but it's the first time you just seen him slightly out of his stride.
Can't let all that good work slip away now here, Bowes. That's good. Good right hand there from Brown. Good jab though from Bowes, a good little bit of movement as well. Got a good round here, Philip Bowes.
Hold him.
Another round flies by. Big response that from Philip Bowes, just when he needed it.
Listen, you ain't working hard enough, mate. You're stepping back. Exactly that. Okay. Listen, now you're back.
Both cut now, and in a fight.
Cut to your toe, not accidental.
Yeah, we're going to get you.
That's a lovely right hook though there. Forget about the cut. The lovely right hook there from Bowes. Just the overcommitment there, but he got a little turned on the ropes. But he needed that. He needed to change the pattern, and he needed just to break the rhythm of Ennis Brown. And I think he did that in that round. So I think a little bit more of that in these last couple of rounds now. Really push forward. And for me, he needs more than winning the 2 rounds. He needs a knockdown and a knockdown or 2. But all the judges see it might be totally different. So you've got to go and win these 2 rounds. And same for Ennis Brown. You can't take anything for granted.
Here we are, 11th and 12th, the big rounds towards the end.
Keep it tidy, okay? Break, when I tell you to, don't get tangled up. Keep it nice and clean for the last 2 rounds. Box on.
He tried so hard, doesn't he? The referee right from the start to keep it as tidy as possible. The first 5 rounds are an absolute nightmare to score, absolute nightmare. From the 6th on, it's been easier.
Yes.
And to an extent, maybe clear enough. But those first 5 was, well, as clear as a muddy puddle, I think it's fair to say.
Let go, Keane, let go.
That's good there from Bowes. Just stayed close there when the referee said break. I think he cleverly just stayed close, let Ennis Brown move back.
Sign of a fighter though, Barry, as you hinted at, that when things aren't going your way, you need to do something out of character to drag a performance out of yourself. That is exactly what Bowes has done, 10th and now start of this 11th.
And it's not an easy thing to do. It really isn't.
Keep quiet, box on.
There used to be a rule, I don't know if it still exists, that the corner couldn't talk in between while the 3 minutes of the duration of the round.
Well, obviously,
what we found out in this lockdown, that's no longer in effect.
Absolutely. and some have maybe played that to their advantage or used it as a tool, I think it's fair to say, in fights, naming no names.
Get your hands out.
Can he keep it up at the age of 36 to give himself a chance, Bowes? Maybe he doesn't need a chance.
It is Bowes holding and tying up, but you know the referee doesn't want to give another point.
Be careful. Remember what I said, body and
Good boy.
Didn't quite connect there, I don't think, with that hook. There goes.
Time out.
There have been times where I think he's on the verge of getting very, very annoyed.
To be fair, I thought we were going to see a lot more of this thrown around.
Yeah, I think he's been on it from the start, Phil Edwards.
Still arguing these two.
Yeah.
Let's go, Phil. Let's go. Take a shot.
Good job there from Bowes.
Tim, hold some shots. Don't join. Don't rush in. Hands up. Come on. Put your hands up. Right. One step. Let's go, PB. Let's go. Let's go.
Again there, Bowes cleverly didn't take the step back. The referee said break, he just let Ennis Brown take the step and then jumped right in with a shot that didn't quite land.
Stop your shots. Stop your shots. Let's go, Rick. Let's go.
And back comes Ennis Brown, mauling and punching.
Oh, good right hook and the left hook there from Bowes.
And again.
Let's have a body shots from Bowes too. Really sucking up and throwing his shots, dragging it out of himself. Still they're at each other.
That's what you mean? Yeah? Fuck. We don't think about nothing. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Think a little bit now.
Well, we'll come to Barry in due course. But the big response when he needed it from round 10, almost from Philip Bowes. Is it enough to get himself back into the fight with just one more to go? Let's check in with Spencer.
I think it is, to tell you the honest truth, because it's been very, very scrappy in certain rounds, and I think it's going to be all down to this last round. Whoever wins this last round wins the fight, as far as I'm concerned. Ennis Brown, he started off in the middle rounds, he was picking up pace, but then I think Phil started to figure him out and listen to his instructions. So he's throwing more than one or two punches, and that's what was bringing him through. So that's why I've got him up by one round at this moment.
Thanks to Spencer, all to play for then going into these 12th and final rounds.
Good boy. Lovely. Break! Come on! Break! Awesome. Good boy, that's it, nice. There you go, that's it, good. Come on, Reggie, go. Last round.
Nice body shot from Brown.
Let's go!
No, it was, but then
Make him work.
need that left hand over the top.
You make him work, let's go, come on.
Well, just when it looked sort of rounds 6, 7 and 8, as though he got into a groove, and maybe that with the template was set. Was the 9th as well, the round where the corner were starting to really enjoy it. And I think they thought they were on the verge of a big breakthrough, if not a clear points win. There's been a rally from Bowes, perhaps to give himself a sniff on the cards.
But he needs that push that he had in round 11 for now. For me, I got him a few points behind. I haven't. It's a huge round, but
I'm not going to argue either way with the way this goes. He's been busier throughout, Ennis Brown. Not always with the clean shots, but always sort of on the front foot and busier. He had that sort of rather dominant first spell of the second half of this fight, which should have gone down, including the 10-8, and maybe in the judges' minds.
No weapon, let's go. Both
landing, both swinging. Minute and a half to go.
Both landing, but luckily neither one's a big puncher, to be fair, because both landed. But I think Bowes' right hook might have been the better shot.
Break. Yeah, baby, let's go.
Tell you what, in the last few rounds, my referee's let Bowes off with the holding on here.
And that after, of course, the warning in the 7th and the point off in the 8th. And is that perhaps the defining moment? Again, he's kind of mauled. He's good at that, Ennis Brown, isn't he? They're holding him in the clinch, sort of leaning down in his neck, sort of weight bearing and draining stuff throughout.
Shot there from Bowes.
Work in there, work.
There must be other fighters in this division who sort of look at Ennis Brown and think, you know, he's tall, light, lean, his skinny legs, he kind of looks so beatable, and yet he's so kind of uncannily effective.
Well, that's the sad thing for both these guys. You know, the way they both normally fight, they don't sell millions of tickets, and and they're maybe not always TV friendly, so they need titles to get the opportunities. They need these titles. So without these titles, either one of these guys are going to find it hard to get a fight of significance, of course.
10 seconds, let's go!
Well, of course,
Come on, Riz, let's go!
Bristol, Wales, plenty of fighters have come out of there through the years. Not so much Gloucester, but Ennis Brown will be hoping that he is going to be one of Gloucester's finest tonight. And after hard 12 rounds, really grueling 12 rounds where they gave everything. It was scrappy at times. The first half of the fight was difficult to score. And that 10-8 point deduction in the 8th, potentially significant. Both cut, both bloodied. What do you reckon, Barry?
Well, it was scrappy throughout, let's be honest. But it was going to be that way. You know, you got two counter punches, one really awkward in Ennis Brown. One guy always sits on that back foot looking to counter with long hooks. It was never going to be a pretty fight to watch. I think Brown by a couple of points to me. But again, you know, a lot of rounds were scrappy, which is hard. What you go over, quality or quantity, it was definitely one of those.
Yeah, I must admit, I have a feeling Brown just did a little bit more, but I'm not going to argue with anyone, particularly not Spencer Fearon.
That's right, Alex, because I know where you live. But what I'm saying is, I see the fight 115. It's not a cop-out. This is exactly how I scored it. But if it went either way, I could understand. But more so, I could see more likely going in the favour of Ennis Brown because of the work rate. It was very, very scrappy at times. The beautiful shots or the eye-catching shots were thrown by Philip Bowes, but maybe that's not enough. But both guys, they've got a lot to come back from because. With Ennis Brown could have not been so herky-jerky and maybe sat down a little bit more on his punches, but that's his style of fighting. And with Philip Bowes, could have administered throwing more combinations in there. And I think because he was trying to rely on one shot and he's not a one-shot puncher, maybe that could go against him. But we'll see what the judges are going to come up with. But either way, it was a decent fight. For two incredible titles.
Oh, famous titles, yeah, absolutely. The vacant British and indeed the Commonwealth, which up until this point has been in the possession of Philip Bowes. I think they've dotted the I's and crossed the T's. The calculators and the numbers have been crunched. Let's find out whose name is going in the books.
We may not have a crowd, but after such a contest, could we please show due appreciation for both boxers? After 12 rounds of action, we go to our judges' scorecards. We have a unanimous decision. Howard Foster and Mark Lyson both score the contest 115 to 112. Terry O'Connor scores the contest 116 to 111. All three judges in favour of your winner. And the new Commonwealth and British Super Lightweight Champion, ready rival, Hakeem Ennis Brown.
And there he goes, taking the belts, plenty of them. The famous Lonsdale belt going alongside, there it is, just a little sight of that famous Lonsdale belt, the vacant British, and indeed Philip Bowes Commonwealth belt. You can see those colours, bright, and those will be on the mantelpiece, perhaps on the pillow of Hakeem Ennis Brown later on tonight. And alongside his team, there's Tony Borg on the left, John Pittman on the right as well, part of that success story. And that's a great moment for Gloucester as well. Normally it's a rugby in a racing county, Barry. They've got a famous boxer to go into the history books tonight.
It wasn't a pleasing fight to watch, but then, as we already said, it was never really going to be that way. It was about results, and these are two guys here who could easily be avoided without titles. But no, Ennis Brown, he screams confidence. He has great belief in his ability. He knows he's awkward, hard to hit clean. And I just think, but it wasn't quite that what won him the fight tonight. What it was his work ethic. He was willing to throw 6, 5, 10 shots. Didn't care if the percentage, the landing percentage, or how many he landed with. As long as if he threw 10 and landed with 2, he was happy. And I think just the fitness and that was maybe what just out-hustled Bowes at times. It was a tricky contest, but listen, he got the Commonwealth title, that prestigious Lonsdale belt round his waist, winning the British Championship, and that would open doors for him.
And we are joined by the whole team with all the belts as well. We need plenty of people for all those belts. Tony Borg over on the left, the other side, John Pittman as well, alongside Akeem Ennis-Brown, who's got the Commonwealth on his right shoulder, that beautiful British Lonsdale belt on his left as well. How sweet is that, Akeem?
Yeah, man, it's a good feeling, you know what I mean? I'm a bit annoyed because I want to put on like a better fight, and obviously that's no fault to me. I think it's more my opponent, like he was doing loads of holding. So I promised the fans a great fight, and I think it was great in certain parts, but I would have rather to have a proper war. But you know, it was what it was, and like my team said, they said you just got to go out there and win it, even if you don't want to fight. He came to dance, I came to fight, but that's just how it goes.
Really tough to score through the first 5. It seemed to change. You got your rhythm a bit through the 5th and the 6th. What do you think was the decisive factor in the end?
I think as soon as the ref kind of made him know he can't stop holding, you know what I mean? So that holding thing, like in a fight, we're not here to hug, you know? So I think the ref, like great referee, finally warned him, said to him stop, and then allowed me to be able to go to work and do what I want to do. But I know if I had it my way, we could have fighted, I would have got him out there, you know what I mean? Got him out there. I'm not the biggest puncher, but my work rate would have definitely got him out there. I know it would have, but it was what it was.
The belt on your left, a certain Ricky Hatton had once upon a time. The belt on your right, Josh Taylor, now world champion as well.
Yeah.
He had that once upon a time. What does it mean to you to be in the history books alongside those guys?
It's a great feeling. Like I'm happy because, you know what I mean, like my whole city, they've been behind me, backing me. Gloucester, I know you're all watching. The rest of the people, all my friends, family, everybody, I know you're watching. So I'm happy to be able to be the first person from Gloucester to bring these titles back and win it.
I was going to bring in Gloucester because it's kind of rugby racing country really is now, and to have a boxer now, you know, produce at this sort of level. How sweet is that?
Well, that's my plan. Like my plan was, it's always been a rugby city and stuff like that, but my plan is to change it to a boxing city. You don't know how much talent there is in Gloucester for boxing and all sorts of stuff. So my thing is just to like kind of open the door, shine the light, and now people can take a look in and they see like there's great fighters from my gym, Max Murray, Shab, loads of people, Jay Pittman, loads of young people coming through. So it's like, you know what I mean, Carl Goodall, loads of people. So once people get to take a look in, they see that Gloucester is going to be known for a boxing city now, you know.
Build it and they will come, as Kevin Costner said once upon a time. Akeem, Tony, John, well done, boys. Congratulations.
Thank you. Come on, Gloucester. Come on.
Go on, Gloucester. Indeed, well done to the team. And there, the moment when history was realised for Akeem Ennis-Brown and his team getting that vacant British title and indeed the Commonwealth belts as well, with such rich history and fantastic names. And now AKB is in the books alongside them. Yeah, it's a famous night for him, his team, his people, his county.
See, the problem is everyone wants to win a world title straight away.
Yeah.
So now in this generation, you forget about these belts. You almost overlook them. But they're great. I never won one. I'm so jealous. I never had the Lonsdale belt, even the Commonwealth belt. There's just great things to win. And they open doors for you, and that's what it is. His style, he'll be avoided. The same as Philip Bowes. I feel sorry for Philip because it's going to be hard for him at his age now, and his style, for people to want to fight him. Unless it's an up-and-coming guy who wants to scalp. But for Ennis-Brown, without those titles, with his style, he's avoided. You just shut the door, forget he exists.
6 fights, the only one that went the distance. It was night of the knockouts, wasn't it? Padraig Mcrory was spectacular.
Yeah.
Dan Azeez moved up a level as well. Harlem Eubank, toughest test of his career, produced the performance of his life as well.
He was good. Harlem Eubank was good. He was going against a real tricky southpaw. A guy who doesn't stop moving. A guy who's beaten twice before. And you remember that. It spurs you on, but you also remember you've been outboxed a couple of times. And he the way he positioned himself, and he didn't worry about those early rounds. He was just, you know, setting up traps ready to put the pressure on later on. And yeah, that was a good stoppage.
Dan Azeez then with the English light heavyweight title in his grasp as well. There's a different kind of light heavyweight incentive coming up in September. We've got 2 nights for you, 23rd and the 26th, to look forward to when the Golden Contract contract semi-finals will be decided. One in Latvia and then one here in the UK. We really look forward to those. Make sure you tune in for both of those. Let's just incentivize you. Here's a flavour of what we've got to look forward to. Well, the light heavyweights are playing for a place in the final. On that 30th, Wednesday the 30th, we have the two finals of the featherweights and indeed the super light. So Harry Davies against Tyrone McKenna, they are going to talk up a storm in the build-up, and the fight week's going to be terrific. And as quality a matchup, I think, as you are likely to see. A fight that without the golden contract and the incentive of that big contract for the winners of both those events, Jazza Dickens against Ryan Walsh. What a fight that is.
It's just a fantastic fight, because you've got two guys there who are really skillful. Walsh is a bigger puncher than Dickens, but they're both aggressive, tenacious. I think Jazza, this has been the perfect thing for Jazza. Really ignited him. You can see the confidence in him. But Ryan Walsh, who I've been critical of, because he's such a good boxer, but he fights like thinks he can knock everyone out. But he's been better in this. In this tournament, it's the best I've seen him. It really is. And the honourable guy who's been British champion before, boxed for the European title, was very close not to win that. And all of a sudden now, and obviously Jazza Dickens boxed for the world title. He's been in Rigondo. Can't get no better than that. So you've got two guys here who are not far off world level, boxing for this title. This new contract is just phenomenal.
Oh, and you're going to get to see it, of course, on ESPN+. You'll be able to tune in towards the end of September. Hope you've enjoyed our run of fights up here in Wakefield. We've been thrilled, I think, over the course of the last couple of weeks. Thanks to Barry, to all the team bringing the action and the fights here from the north of England. We will bid you good night. Bye.